How do we want to do this? The first gun. Let's do classic. I haven't done
Classic?
that. You want to do classic only right click?
Classic only right click?
Only right click.
Okay, that is crazy.
Jesus, I hit 0.
Alright, you can keep on choosing.
No, you.
Stinger.
White single too. I did only do 74 to you.
You dinked me.
Bulldog. Jesus. Next one.
Alright, let's do Spectre.
Give me a little pause here. Wait, I'm trying to channel some inner demons in myself here with changing crosshair.
Right. Let me know when you're ready, bro. I'm at the barrier right now.
I'm gonna go Yasin. Okay, ready?
Okay.
5.
Whoa.
Jesus. Alright, next one here. Let's do Sheriff. Let's do Sheriff.
Right.
Let's end on a hot thing here.
Done. Let's go. Oh,
damn, that wasn't even fun. That wasn't even fun.
I'm sorry, bro.
No problem.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Bora pro primeiro mapa aqui no VCT Americas. One more is all it takes.
We're finally here, the final day of the regular season, the final stop before play-ins next week. Hello and welcome to VCT Americas, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. Zowie here on the desk with my good friends Ender and Emily for the last day of regular season play. It's been an incredible week, so surely this last one we're gonna follow suit.
Absolutely. I mean, it's an ultra banger week full of upsets. So what's to say that EG aren't gonna come out today and upset NRG besides common sense? That's the only thing that's saying they won't do it.
But see, we used common sense previously. And what did that?
It didn't mean anything.
It didn't work for us. It did not work for us. It was actually opposite. So maybe we have to wish for EG to not do an upset, and then it'll work out in their favor. I don't really know. This whole week has been weird for our predictions.
It has been indeed. There was a lot of movement in the standings, so let's take a look at where we're at, because there's only one match left in each of our groups, and our playoff spots have been clinched, but the seeding in Omega still has to be decided.
Yeah, that'll be the second match. 100 Thieves facing off against Sloud because Sentinels lost to Crew getting their first win of the stage yesterday. It means that Sentinels now no longer have a chance to punch up here, so they can go back to rooting against 100 Thieves.
Yeah, they don't have to root against one of, their bigger opponents, which is great for them, and you're very good at the numbers there. You're always on track when it comes to those points.
Yeah, Gems points. Walk us through it.
We got even more on the back wall right here. There you go.
That was it. I thought you were going to run the numbers for us.
Yeah, did you know that if you win a series in the group stage, you get 1 point? That's what you're after.
Yep,
EG already claimed 2. They can get a third here with the win against NRG. Unfortunately, your opponent, it doesn't actually change how many points you get. Like, even though NRG are way
to get more points for a harder opponent?
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe that's something we can revisit, like, idea-wise next year. But yeah, coming up today, of course, we have 2 banger matches. Evil Geniuses facing off against Energy. No playoffs implications here, but the points. And then later we have 100 Thieves and Loud playing for that #1 seed in their group. And also, make sure you stick around, because after our second match, we're going to have, at the very end of the show, the play-ins draw show. So we're going to find out who will be playing who next week. It's going to be so hype.
That's the real, there's Sentinels fans that have tuned in, and they'll watch the games, but they're really waiting to see if they're going to have to play against Kaplan in the play-ins. That's the big one in the draw show.
Absolutely. We have a lot to look forward to, so let's warm up with our Pulsar Flick of the Week. This one goes to Superman. He was the recipient of this honor, and this one is from their victory over Furia.
Now, this shot looks really nice. He is running and gunning. I gotta call it out here.
Okay, but that's common in Valor. He still has the right crosshair placement. We still have to give him his flowers. Like, that's just a flick.
He was aiming at his leg.
No. It was in the right general area.
How dare you try to take this away from him?
No, it was an insane shot. I will give him it's an insane shot. I wish that when I aimed at people's legs, it would hit their heads.
Yeah, I wish my accidental flicks would make it in the Pulsar Flick of the Week. Alas, it shall not be. I'm just not that good. Those players are, though, and that's why I want to use this opportunity to kind of take a look back at the top performances in VCT Americas, not just for this stage, no, for like its entirety, all
the way back to 2023.
all the way back.
That's
right. That's what we want to do. We want to take a look at the 1s and the 2s. So we're going to look at some stats categories and only get to see who is ranked number 3 in those categories, and we then have to guess who's the number 1 and 2. Sounds pretty simple.
That's pretty simple.
I have to know,
I'm number 1.
Oh.
And she's number 2, I guess. All right, here it is. Leaf is ranked number 3 in most clutches, but who's 2 and who's 1?
How long has it been around?
All time.
Not long enough.
Oh my gosh.
No, this is hard.
Older players.
Yeah, I thought Leaf would be higher because the G2 guys are usually not going to be in this list, but Leaf is in there because of him playing with Cloud9.
Surely, like an Ospas or someone has to be in there.
But Ospas isn't alive for clutches enough.
Okay, Oxy. Let's throw an Oxy in there.
Who's like a controller player?
It's a controller
Bang. What about Bang? He's been around for a long time.
Bang's a good shout, but I don't know if he's played in enough deep playoffs runs. I want to go with King.
Okay, let's lock in some guesses.
King. Okay, yeah.
King is my
Okay, is that your 1 or your 2?
I guess 1?
Yeah.
I don't know who has this many clutches. What?
Oh my God, it's
all
G2?
G2? They didn't even
so
play the
funny.
first year.
That's insane.
And that just goes to show that when you make every final for the last 3 years,
It turns out.
you're going to have a lot more games than other people.
Speaking of more games, who do you think played the most games?
Oh.
Most games played. That's right. Bang is up there.
Okay.
But who's number 1 and who's number 2?
I want to say Ospas has to be up there.
I think that's a pretty good shout.
And this one can't be a G2 player because the third one isn't a G2 player, and they would all be together. So maybe it's Leaf number 2, Ospas number 1.
Yeah, I like that. I'll go with that.
Okay, we're locking in.
Gonna be
Good match.
Ethan. It's gonna be
Leaf
Ethan.
and
Ethan number 1.
Ospas.
It's Ethan number 1. It's Ethan number 1.
Leaf?
Oh my God, we're so good.
Okay.
We're so good. Just
Wait,
in
you
rough
said
order.
Leaf number 2 and Ospas number 1.
Yeah, we flipped it. But.
So you're like,
Listen,
good-ish.
I see the answer
You're good
on the screen.
Jason.
I'm going with that.
Okay, sure. Let's do that. Lastly,
Oh my God.
who is on the assist leaderboard? Number 1.
Not Breach players, because for a long time Breach
It
was
did not
bugged
count.
and this has to be
It could
controllers.
be Smokes too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Going
because
through
Smokes
walls,
get it
going
for
through
free.
anything.
Valen has to be high up there. Sure. Oh, but he's killing so many people.
Yeah. What about would King be a good shout too? How long was
I
he on the
like
controller
King.
role? Yeah, okay.
I think
We're confident
King is in
King.
Confident, okay.
I think King and Valen is where my brain is at.
We were completely wrong.
It's
Yes.
okay.
Okay,
Well.
they're KO players too. Like we should have thought
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ethan.
You're bad, you're bad. Interesting how those things work out. But yeah, great to see a look at the numbers and who's been where throughout the last couple of years. Now, we just covered the 1s and the 2s, and now our magic number is 5. Check this out.
What's up, everybody? I'm Bebe from G2.
Hey guys, I'm FurioCom.
This is Vic, and today I'll be playing 5-stack
roster. We got TSM Sentinels TSM X set. Home. Guess the team. Okay. Holy TSMs.
TSM was the last roster this player was on. Timotino. Easy Timotino.
I think a person that just came from XSET would have to be Cryocells.
Last team was Sen. Bang. I think I know where this is going.
Okay, then this is, I think, 100 Thieves?
And then later, Vora, Timotino, and at home was Asuna because he was always on 100 Thieves. So this team is 100 Thieves. And the second team would be...
So FaZe, Sad, Shopify, Team Solid.
Oh, wow. Oh, this is very difficult. FaZe. Last team was FaZe. What? It's not me. This can't be me. I don't even know what's the team on the 3rd slot. I don't even know what that is. Knights?
Needs to be from Americas. Who came from Shopify from the last team? I just know Shopify would have been Pancakes, I think, and FaZe would have been Superman. There it is.
Oh, this is EG.
No idea what that is. Oh my gosh, Shopify? All right, well, FaZe, I'm gonna go with, that's Superman. 2, Sad. Is that Sad? I don't know. I'm not sure if Zerona was on there. I'm gonna go Zerona. Solid, DGZine, Shopify. 5 is gonna be Pancakes. Who am I missing on this EG squad? This is EG. But like, I'm blanking out on one of the players. Bow, 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 bow. Yep, bow. My bad, bow.
That was pure gold. Yeah, Bao also on that squad. You guys had those locked in right away, though.
Yeah, I mean, I watch a lot of
you guys,
TV,
you
so
guys
that
didn't
second
see it, but they nailed this.
It was easier than 1s and 2s.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, it was easier. Let's talk about this next match. Surely that's what we're paid for, so that must be the easiest task on this desk. Let's get into the first match, which has absolutely no playoffs stakes. But you know what? It doesn't matter because we're still fighting for those champs points. And no matter what happens, Energy will finish first and Evil Geniuses will finish 4th here. And yeah, let's talk about how they got here in the first place, because Energy has just been on a rolling.
They've been cruising, and I think more than anything, like NRG, they're already killing on champs points, whatever. I'm just excited to see NRG have a chance to be the only team to go without losing a match in the group stage. That's what they're still fighting for after 100 Thieves had that surprise loss just the other day. So they have a chance to come in looking super hot, go 5-0, then book their ticket like they already have straight into playoffs, and then run it back on the global stage.
Yeah, and I think that's really impressive with when I'm looking at their map pool, because they've only played like, what, 4 maps? And all their map losses, they've only lost 2 maps so far. I believe that was against MIBR and Lev. They've both been Sunset. Their map pool is pretty solid on those 3 maps that they've shown. Literally 100% wins across the board, and I feel like they are shaping up to be that like champion winning team that we saw last year.
Yeah, absolutely. They are looking to run this one back and, of course, end this stage clean and crisp with a 5-0. For more on Energy, let's send it over to Dryad and hear from Mata.
Energy is a team that always likes to try new things. Mara, I remember back in Santiago, you were telling me you were actually pitching for that double duelist composition when you guys were not running double duelist. Then you were talking about how much you wanted to play that Harbor, how much fun you were having. And just recently we saw that double Odin meta that you're trying to implement. Are you the one cooking all these ideas?
Yeah, I'm just kind of doing whatever I want to do, just having fun, playing the game I get paid to play. And I just don't take it too seriously. So I play the Odin on Neon. Harbor's serious, but the Odin on Neon, I think it's just kind of a for fun thing, but I've been enjoying it.
I want to see more of it. Maybe the other team's not, but...
Yeah, think anyone else wants to see more of it, so we'll see.
Thank you so much.
I don't know, I feel like we want to see more of that.
Why not?
Could be
why
fun.
not? Could be fun indeed, especially if it gets you the dub. Because Energy, as we said, is driving for a perfect stage here. And EG, well, they're looking to build on their stage 2 victories. Are they capable of, you know, treating us to yet another upset this week? Just like Crew and C9 and who else was Loud?
Yeah, we've had a ton. I mean, the question is whether or not they can close. Like, they almost gave us that upset when they played against MIBR, right? They had that 12-5 lead, it ended up slipping away from them. So to me, it's a tough sell because this team throughout the stage has lost to the weaker teams in the group, the teams underneath them, and they've lost the teams above them, and they've just beaten up on the teams underneath them like they did over Furia last week.
And when I'm looking at EG, I feel like they're exactly where they're meant to be, right? They're improving from stage 1. I believe in stage 1 they were like 0-5 in groups. At EWC we saw them going 1-1 versus Sentinels, and now here they're beating the teams that they should be, but losing against the teams that are still a step ahead of them. And I think that just shows that yes, they've had growth, but they're not where they want to be yet. So I think it's very important that they do go into playoffs and play-ins and make a good run and start kind of building up from there because they're on the right trajectory. I don't think they're, you know, at where NRG is yet, but it's a new roster. They haven't had a whole lot of time together, and I think they're still trying to find their full identity and build off of it.
Absolutely. They're firmly like cemented in that middle of the pack, upper middle of the pack, if you will, and trying to break into the top. Now, what we've seen from both these two squads thus far has been Summit, something we haven't seen from EG up until this week. And how do we feel about the compositions that both of these teams played on Summit thus far?
I mean, the NRG one is a little bit more niche with the Brimstone, of course, but we've seen it. It's looked very strong. I think what you are always going to get with NRG is very heavy stall abilities. But on the other side, Evil Geniuses, like you see here, they were playing kind of a more like control style comp, double smokes with the Cypher, very heavy around lurking on the attack. And I think this has always been a staple of how Potter likes to build comps, especially on these large maps, is she loves to unlock her lurkers to do just that.
Yeah, I think that could be the thing that EG has going for them, because like we kind of touched on with NRG, when they're on that defensive setup, they have, or that defensive side, they have a lot of stall utility. When they're on that attacking side, they have such great utility for XX all mapped out. And EG, they're gonna have to find a way to kind of use those two lurkers on their attack side, try and find space, bait out a bunch of util so that they can go through XX and not really have to worry about all that util coming in later when NRG plan to do their retakes.
Yeah, the difficulty for Evil Geniuses though is that I think stylistically, comps-wise, they get crushed by what NRG are playing. NRG are playing double info, right? You have the knife on your KO, you have Sova, and then you also have Cypher to stop any potential to lurk. So actually, lurking into sites going to be very, very difficult. EG love to work into mid, but they have to be very mindful of when the reclears can come in off that util.
Yeah, the big thing for them is not going to be focusing on trying to get a sneaky play in or get some space elsewhere. It's about baiting out a lot of that utility, breaking those Cypher chips you were talking about, baiting a lot of that info so that they can figure out something in the mid round to use when they don't have those resources. I
gotta be honest with you guys though, it'd be crazy if Summit is actually gonna be played, because yes, EG did win it just a few days ago, but Energy has been winning it all stage long, so picking it into them, who will look so competent on it, that will be a choice. But here's what Coach Potter had to say about EG Summit after the map win earlier this week.
You know, we've been working on it for sure. We've been floating it, but it's just, we've been waiting for the sweet spot, I guess. But, you know, it's definitely a map that we've been having a lot of fun with. I think people are still trying to figure out what the best comp is. And I think for Zerona especially, he's not really a Viper main. He's a Phoenix main. So I'm glad to see that he finished strong, though.
And so are we. Let's talk about some individuals here and, you know, draw some comparisons. Because last year, Scuba and Mata were the breakout rookies in Americas. And EG, I think, is hoping to see the same here from Serona and Pancakes.
Yeah, I mean, both teams did a similar thing where coming into stage 2 after not having success at the start of the year, made changes and bet on young talent. And I think for Evil Geniuses, what has been striking to me is seeing how flexible Zerona is in his role. You just heard Pardo talking about it, where he's not a Viper main, but he'll play play the Viper, he'll play the Phoenix for them, or even the Yoru. But across all maps, Potter has brought him into the Evil Geniuses system. Even when he's on those duelist agents, a lot of the times they'll play rounds out to set him up to actually play on his own or get him in a forward embed to play for lurks.
Yeah, and I think that's been a very common thing we've seen with rookies coming out of that tier 2 this year is how flexible they are. We saw it with NRG when we're looking at Scuba and Brock, how willing they are to play other things to make the team compositions work. And even when I'm looking at Pancakes, he is that initiator main for them, but at the same time, he stepped up on EGA by coming into that team, learning how to IGL, and moving forward here in tier 1, still doing that, still carrying that weight of having to kind of guide the rest of his team, even though there's a lot more experienced players there, and try and find success that way.
It's just always so impressive, right? To see those young guns having the confidence to go up against those veteran players and do it with so much success. Let's send it over to Dryad and hear from Serona himself.
It's your last day before play-ins, and a lot of teams are trying to get some extra reps before going to the last stage of the year in Zerona. When you're facing NRG today, you see a team that is not really usually playing that double duelist, but you guys are. And you as a secondary duelist of the team, where do you see that value in the compositions that you have versus NRG?
I see the value in running the double duelist against NRG today is just being able to pop on them, you know, and just like, I guess, oppress them, you know, just be very like dominant when it comes to just hitting the bomb sites and I guess exploding at any time during the rounds.
Yeah, we love that explosive style for a lot of the teams. Thank you so much and good luck.
Speaking of explosive things, Mada and Digizin will be facing off today. That's always going to be a good time.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I think Mada obviously has just been fantastic ever since stepping up and putting that NRG jersey on for the team. And I think on the other side as well, Digizin has been one of the more standout performers for Evil Geniuses, especially on the attack side. I think he's been very effective at actually getting them entries onto sites.
Yeah, I think it's been fun seeing how both of these duelists have different looks, especially on those attack halves. I feel like Digizin, when I'm thinking back to at least the most recent Summit map when they played that, he was very self-reliant. A lot of the times he was that solo entry going in, trying to get a lot of that space and taking fights using his own utility, where when I look at Mada and the way that he plays his duels, it's a lot more team-oriented. He's constantly getting set up by flashes, all the utility that they have, and they're overall just a big unit with Mada leading the charge. One
of the things that I find so interesting is that even though you have two players that are so skilled on Neon, and so many teams now have just pivoted to it's just full Neon, or you have an odd Jet in there, of course, you have the wacky Harbor to come in on Breeze, of course, for Mada, and also the Veto is such an interesting niche idea that Evil Geniuses are continuing to run and find success on.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been I've always loved Veto. I think he's such an interesting agent. There's a lot of cool setups that you can run with him. So I love seeing EG kind of take a little bit more of a creative approach, and that's something that has been slowly working out for them. They've been building comps that fit into their playstyle, not kind of just going with what the basic thing is. We've seen it across maps like Ascent as well, and I think that also adds a little bit of an edge to any opponents going into them, knowing that they're gonna have to play against some weird stuff.
Well, but does that creativity, like, is that enough to get the edge over NRG? Like, if,
to get
in terms
the edge
of predictions, like, surely no one's been
hard.
cooking like that. Like, no. Okay, we're all
NRG,
safe.
they haven't lost a match. Like they beat the reigning Masters champs in Leviatán. Like we can't slouch on them.
But also, Crew didn't win a match. They were 0-4, but then they won their last one. So
she's
it
on
could
to
be,
something.
It could be some sort of
something's in the water this week for sure. Evil Genius and NRG are
I'll
ready
say.
to take this stage, and the final day of stage 2 starts right now.
Excited to play Evil Geniuses, playing against Pancakes and Zerona on the new team, so I want to see how different they are from the last time we played them. All of them are pretty insane individually, so if they like throw away a little bit of the structure, I think it could be kind of scary.
Fully unexpected. Can't do anything against Pancakes. Full heaps of utility. But the line is held. Zerona.
NRG is a little bit more of a slow, methodical team, and we have a lot of protocols and structure and a lot of team play.
NRG, knowing the wherewithal of what could be going on around the map. Kiko gets the first sight. Nice! They've cornered Kiko. Really doesn't have the time or ability to use it. Oh my God, he doesn't!
I mean, I'm just excited to play them.
Energy dance to the beat of their own drum, and it is yielding results. They are on a 4-match win streak. The question is, can they make it 5 and make it a flawless stage, guys?
I mean, they're trying to go back into that championship form that won them the champs but last year. They're having a good run so far. If we look back further in this year, though, there was a lot of competition coming to step it up and kind of challenge that, and that they did. But NRG back in stage 2 on an insane undefeated run, and looking to continue that here against EG.
Yeah, NRG want to take the spotlight back as the top dogs in Americas. After their championship run, it's been Furia winning domestically, G2 winning, 100 Thieves and Leviatán both winning abroad as well. But stage 2 has belonged to NRG.
Absolutely. Now EG, they recovered well from their tough loss against MIBR in week 3, heading into 2-match week for them, starting it off with a victory over a winless team. Now they got to get it done against a lossless squad, though.
And they're going to try their hardest, right? They want to go into play-ins with that momentum, riding that win that they just got over Furia. They know where they stand right now, but they're trying to surpass their limits and show that they can compete against these top teams, especially since they're going to have to make a play-ins run to make it into playoffs.
Yeah, we already got to see them punch up against a stronger team in MIBR, but ultimately we're not able to take the win there. Just want to see some strong play from them. And if they get the lead, don't let it slip away. Evil Geniuses need to have some of that confidence that they have the ability to close against tougher opponents if they want to make it past play-ins and make it deep in playoffs.
They are getting ready. Let's take a look at where they are taking us for this one. Ascent and Split are out. Energy picking Lotus. And EG is gonna go for Breeze. That's an interesting one.
I think it's crazy that Summit made it past that first ban wave and both teams decided to float it. Yes, EG got that first win on it, but it was against Furia. Furia was having a very rough game on that. And when you look at NRG, they've defeated the top teams like Lev against it.
It'll be interesting. I think getting to start on 2 of the wider maps for Evil Geniuses and play into that lurk style a little bit more. We're not going to see that Summit, of course, but I think that, honestly, I've liked how EG have played Lotus a lot in the past, and if we do make it to a Haven, that is the map that they blew up MIBR on for most of that map. So in the event that they are able to push it to that 3rd, this series becomes really interesting.
Yeah, and so far in this stage, we haven't seen Lotus from either of these teams. We don't know what comps they're going to be bringing out, what they've changed from their past iterations the last time we saw them on it. So this one could be a pretty big gamble coming out of Energy. We don't know the prep that EG's put into this or what their kind of scrims or prac has been like leading up to this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, they played it quite a bit in stage 2, right? They went 3-2 on Lotus. So I see that there is a lot of comfort, of course, for Energy on that Lotus.
Definitely so, but I think Evil Geniuses, this is a map that I think looking back at last year even, like Potter had really good reads on how to play the macro level. This is a map where historically they played a lot of the double smokes, the Viper, they've even played Cypher and been really effective at taking space up towards B, up towards A rubble, even just with those cages. So do not be surprised at all if you see a look like that come in for EG.
Getting locked in and ready. Do you feel like they have been workshopping the compositions that they've run last year on this? So Fate, Neon, Omen, Viper, Vice, I believe, was in the mix there too. Is there a reason to workshop that and come out with something new, Emily?
I mean, I could definitely see some changes, especially when I'm looking towards EG. I feel like the fact that they haven't shown this map yet is a little bit telling, right? Because we saw their Summit. It's something that they floated, but they never actually picked into. They were waiting for someone to do that for them so that they could unleash what they had, and that's exactly what they did against Fury. And looking at NRG, it doesn't look like there's going to be a whole lot of changes here.
Yeah, nothing particularly interesting apart from like Raze versus Neon debates, but that Raze having the paint shells to break out a lot of the more frustrating Sentinel utility is always going to give you value.
Of course, we're waiting to see what EG is going to show us on this map that we've not seen from them thus far.
Oh, this is exactly the comp I was talking about.
Yeah.
This is a classic. Bao, expect him to use cages front B in a lot of these rounds to get those close B lurks for the quick pop. EG have a lot of different ideas to show very limited utility at round start. And then one round, you have a Cypher looking behind the cage. The next one, you have 5 players behind that same utility ready to burst out and break into the site.
There's a lot of variation coming in from EG and NRG. They haven't played against the comp running a Cypher in a hot minute, so it will be interesting to see how they deal with all those conditional things that you were talking about.
This is going to be a good one. We've got an NA showdown, and Riff and Vancilia are on the mic grid. Take it away, guys.
It has been a week of upsets, and Energy come into this match locked for playoffs, looking to drill what they've been working on in practice as EG ramp up for play-ins here. And even Mata himself has recently said VG could kind of surprise with that Dark Horse-esque play style as they go to play-in. So this would be a great time to start against the reigning champs.
100%. Both teams currently walking into the unknown on this map of Lotus. Reason why Energy hasn't really played Lotus in this stage as we get into the Samsung OLED match start is that a lot of teams were just permabanning against Energy as first ban or second ban. EG, they want to face off against Energy on this map. They're also changing their comp. I like what Ender brings to the table in terms of the game plan for EG. There's a way that they could dissect the map a lot here on the attack side, especially with Bao trying to bait this wall for the side of Energy when you have Brock in the roster. That said, though, the pistol round has 3 players of Energy looking to encroach onto Bao at the start.
So quickly, too. Not wasting any time. They opened a door to rotate the map. I don't think Bao's even going to get a timing on anything as they are cruising forward. The first shot is going to allow EG to know that there is so much going on behind them, and they've already lost 3 members just like that. Bao could be an answer, but Zerona has to wait a little bit for this. There's one, the second they were hoping for, and it looks like this is going to be a quick one for NRG as Zerona starts to get the dancing shoes on. It's swept off the dance floor by Brock, and that's a pistol round for NRG to start off Lotus.
You can already see the 6th sense from Zerona into that one, though. Isolating one fight, knowing that one's going to rotate over. Where it worked so well on the backstab right here for Energy was just unfortunate for Bao because he got the first pick, but just whiffed a couple of other ones too, and they couldn't trade off each other. That was actually very doable for EG to salvage, but nothing but errors actually from both camps from beginning to the end, and they need to clean that up right away. I think not paying attention to the B main for Bao at the beginning, especially when his camera's already broken. You have to be wary of those lanes. That's your responsibility as a Cypher to watch that flank. And now Energy is able to score up early with the pistol round. EG grouped up together, just doing some basic stuff, trying to see if they could push the lines away, trying to get some controls of some orbs. But again, this is a tough opponent that they have to play against here on Lotus. Energy is currently 10-0. On this map since May 29th, playing against the top teams internationally as well, from Stage 1, Stage 2, and then going into the EWC qualifiers to EWC matches. They were looking unstoppable on this map just because of how good they're able to read this map.
It shows their versatility, too. With everything we've seen them play recently, they're hitting the site. Hold that thought. Brock's able to squash Evil Geniuses as they try to squeeze through the utility. A nice little classic with cheese there onto Kiko. 2 more for Brock. Sorry, Scuba got one in between there, and NRG clean it up. And it shows that Ethan's been on the KO just destroying, and they have other things that they play, but back to this composition for Lotus, and they don't miss a beat. Yeah.
Right now for EG, though, with this second round, I still like the opener. You set up this bully smoke that I like to call here on the top of the C smoke. They go for a 4-man push right through the wall, but then Brock finds that perfect timing. But keep an eye on that, right? When we talk about disrupting the lines and disrupting the vision and preventing from Energy of getting information in the round, it's the Viper Wall from Zerona and his lurks. It's what Bao could do with his cages to bait walls. It's what Superman could also do as well. So they have a lot of moving pieces here to force these rotates from Energy.
Moving quickly towards Rubble. A quick teleport from Superman. He's going to be the first one. Just gets out of that range of C's. Nicely played. And this is one of the spike down rounds for Evil Geniuses here. Talked about that Zerona utility. On top again for the team. He's been playing crazy. Spams out Mata in the Phantom fight. And yeah, we just even heard Potter in the interview say he's kind of a Phoenix at heart. But he's been crushing on the Viper lately.
EG's just trying to force rotates right now and trying to force Energy's hand. They've already accounted for the Fade prowling towards that front of that B site, but here's Zerona trying to cut the rotate.
Gets crossfired by Energy. They're moving up very efficiently with the protecting, I should say, very efficiently with each other. As EG tries to move up. Bao still hasn't made too much noise to really make Energy care too much. And there's 40 seconds.
Because they saw that Fade, EG here on that door, Bao should start activating in the front of this B line to try to go for that fight. But you see here the rotate back from Ethan. This will be a huge fight for Bao to take. Beautiful timing.
Ooh. Clean. Camera opens it, but it has to be a quick decision. This is really just being read by NRG as they get to the site. Scuba looks to lock him down with the Outlaw, and that's 2. Only room for 1 Scuba in that site. And now they move forward. Plant under pressure here. Kiko's not going to be too much. He knows he has to source the first person, and then they can go for the planter. Energy is being so methodical about this.
EG right now, I know this is very early into the game, but the read of the macro and trying to understand the prep that they have versus certain teams when it comes down to the macro is quite nice. Remember the games against Leviatán in the past too, even though they lost it in very one-sided fashion, the way that they rotate and move around the map is quite nice. The execution though, when the camera clears out the site, they have to activate more quickly, but also make sure that they utilize more util to block these lanes, especially if you don't have Superman smokes to really enter the sites. Scuba had free reign on those picks, and that's a bonus round converted for Energy, and it's going to make things difficult for EG. If you're looking at the last couple of rounds here, they haven't really focused on controlling orbs either. And, it's back into just trying to spot how EG currently plays their attack side and how Energy wants to push on the defense, and they've done some great damage from Energy onto Superman with those paint shells to start.
Quickly making that a nade first instead of the C's. Really paid off. So it just that round-to-round adjustment for Energy, setting up the chip damage for what's to come. And EG, for the first time, really turn away from this right side of the map towards A and start to use that space that Bao has gained. Pistols here mean it's got to be everyone in on the play together. And Zerona could have a great timing. He loves the challenge. The 1v1s he's been tested in. 2 4Ks in his previous series, as now we see Scuba, who we know can anchor the site like no other. It looks to put the first touches onto EG as they slowly walk in.
This is nice, though, staying alive towards the water, and Energy wants to play soft site. They have no paint shells to deny the plant, so this gives a chance for EG to build some econ.
Sourcing a kill at Waterfall, and that gives time for Scuba to just peek out. He's still holding down the site. It gives EG so much trouble to get any footing here, but if Pancakes can buy just a handful of seconds, Zerona can start to do a little work and make Energy have to turn around. Actually, they're just going to press W to try and push Pancakes down. Can't get him for a moment. He somehow gets Scuba, and this becomes very real, but Kiko cleans it up. 9 HP. It was very close, but a 4th round for Energy.
Somehow EG almost, again, in those rounds where they shouldn't win. From the pistol round into that previous round, almost turn it back in their favor.
Yeah.
It's very low HP on the last 2 players. I think it was Brock and Kiko escaping the site with the skin, by the skin of their teeth. Maybe 10, 15 HP each.
10 seconds left.
But you saw here that Pancakes also stopped the plant when his team is starting falling down, so it didn't build into the econ to add the extra credits here that could be needed for EG. I was expecting as well with this type of game plan against Energy, and you know that this is like quote-unquote the default comp that you currently see for Energy non-stop on this map of Lotus. I'd like to see EG start exploring a little bit of the attack side op, just like John Cutie has done against G2 previously. He really knocked some players off their feet and really opened up the lanes and allowed here for a better comfortable role for the IGL to call for the side of Sentinels. We'll see if that continues forward, though, for EG once to get their money right and get the operator in the hands of DJZ.
Yeah, I was going to say, they got one of the best operas, right? Seems like an avenue for a W, at least until Energy figure it out again. The orbs are going to be the avenue for a win right now here for Digizine and the squad, as they're very close to having Showstopper online, Zerona's Pit online, so they can very well take control of the round. They just have to put those first few tasks in order, whether it's a kill or the plant. They keep running the clock down, though, and this seems to be favoring Energy.
We see a double push from EG right now.
Already, Haunt goes out. Kiko's just able to fire safely from behind the wall and then get out so they can reset this. Bao, however, doing his lurking, and he's picked right out as he only gets 1 kill there. Oh my gosh, they can't even get by the line of scrimmage that Energy is setting up as a defense on the map. We've only seen EG by the site a few times here.
Still love the idea. Responsibility there for EG was a lot in the hands of Bao. You wanted to try to sell that fake onto the A site. You're trying to battle in that spot, but nobody breaks that haunt. It becomes free kills there from Kiko on the top of rubble. Imagine if Bao did get that timing. He already had a neural theft. He gets that pick. It allows here for EG to group up together and hit an open C site. But unfortunately, because, again, when it comes down to the executions for EG, they're missing a little bit of those protocols and the timings to watch after each other's backs, and also, of course, breaking the util, which doesn't allow for them to really cross the lines of scrimmages to really get some plants down. We only got a plant so far in this third round.
Yeah.
They had their eco.
And Energy is able to come online just like that. And we talked about the composition earlier, but it's funny that it's kind of like they never reinvent the wheel. They're just refining as they come across different terrain, their opponents. But it always comes down to usually having an Odin and an Op, something that teams still haven't figured out from these two and don't use against them. So let's go, EG, bring out the Odin maybe. No. But it's crazy to see that that's always a way, because Brock does now have an Odin as we're coming out of this timeout. Energy are falling into that comfort, and they're going to be even stronger here.
Yeah, you're definitely treading into dangerous waters for sure with EG. Now that the economy is strong for Energy and that you could basically solo hold sites with Brock's util and his gun now. Always very good with the lines that he takes. Speaking of which, though, it is EG staying grouped up together back into a 4-1 setup. This could also determine what type of play we could have here from Energy, seeing if they could get some picks. If they could triple swing and get lucky off a pick, I wouldn't be surprised here that they start using their ults to gain more space. But as they tap around and you're seeing a lot of that util from Energy towards the A site, they have no choice for Energy but to keep players anchored up on B and C so far.
Just a hair off on a few of those spams. The reload allows them just to set up on a new line. Vice util triggered. They probably realized Bao's going to be rolling around the map for this, but have a good focus on A for Energy. Dizazine showstopper, but curtain called immediately right there onto Brock. As Mata scoots in and scoots out for a quick kill. They know they can hesitate off that. Oh, instantly taken out of the air as Dizazine does pick up the Odin. And now they're going to start giving the medicine back to NRG. Oh, Bao just getting away from Ethan there, and there's still a scuffle in sight here. Scuba looking to rein in the players of Evil Geniuses, but he's mowed down by Digizine. A neural theft here for Bao just to find out where the brains of Energy are going to be coming from.
Spike planted.
Ethan gets one, been in this position so many times, clears his right side to make the 1v1 a possibility. And with 10 bullets left, he has more than enough. Playing the time and the pressure on Digizine. Ethan goes for the defuse with a smile, and NRG pick up 6.
Add another one to the clutch column there for Ethan with the experience that he brings year after year, and that was looking so good for EG. Stick around, wait for the sprays for the Odin to count down. The macro for both teams was actually quite nice because you would expect here as Brock is just spamming across that they would try to take him down. But that's why Energy still had 3 players in the site, or 2 players to help them out, so they have a 3-player setup. Yet, they gave too much space, EG took over, and it comes down to a 1 versus 2 despite having information that you're not playing off each other. And unfortunately, EG loses another man advantage scenario from the past games that they've had.
It does continue to plague them. Pancakes grabs the Odin. They're going to try to get on lines. It's so effective on Fade too because you're playing off your haunt, not waiting for one. So those spams can come right away. Have to pay attention to those for sure. As we see EG still on their side of the map to start these, giving Energy a lot of respect to start and clearing them out before they take space.
Everybody just has to be proactive around the map for EG right now. You see the movements out from the lurks of Zerona over on the A rubble, looking for a duel. You see Bao also in front of that B main, looking for a pick on that side as well. Well, no walls to be seen yet. Gives a chance right now for them to activate more. Ooh.
Puts his cape on and flies out of that. Superman getting a little tricky just to play with the ears, the mines. Oh, he gets spammed. Real tough as Brock is. That's like waking up from a nightmare when you start falling right there. He just got out.
Well,
still gonna get him. Yep. Stubbs his toe.
His laces.
Stubbs his toe. Easy. Mata clears Bao. They're so ready for that. They're understanding. We haven't seen Bao. He's gonna be somewhere around the map, but still the space is somewhat gamed as Mata. Now flips the site. This is all on Evil Geniuses to come up with an answer. They'll put 2 towards the Heaven area. Ethan, the sentry to peek first at 1 HP. And that's enough for EG to answer back with 2 very quick. Superman has to adjust here, getting scrambled from the other side as Mata finds the kill. And they're always able to disrupt the defense that EG is putting together, especially when they find their numbers up like that. A 7th round here for NRG as they continue to shut out Evil Geniuses.
Very respectable for EG to try to fight towards heaven. It's a 3 versus 5 at that point.
Yeah.
The gamble is there. Do you want to try to throw the Nightfall and gamble to see where players could be at and just storm in that spot? But instead, they just tried to go for the trades and hoping for the best. Unfortunately, though, NRG had too many numbers for the fight on the top of heaven, and they always had that insert from Mata in front of B main because they lost Bao. Yeah, oh my god, for sure. It's NRG having an easy first half so far against Evil Geniuses.
They're not tripped up at all on the 3 sites of Lotus from that defensive side. They even don't have the numbers there for the strong site. They are retaking with confidence. And NRG is looking deadly heading into playoffs just from this first game. Spikes down for EG as they work about the map.
Cover going out.
He just wanted to swing. He just wanted to swing for the smoke. Taken out by Scuba immediately. Zerona is just seeing if he can find anything. Mata pushes forward. That's an outlaw, so they're just reading the state of the game so well.
They need to throw a cage down and bait out the wall. Well, okay, thankfully that happens. DJZine's able to jiggle well enough, so you're going to use the Nightfall to get into the site because there's no more smokes with Superman down. So EG will tempt it, but they get blocked by the smoke of Kiko, and they don't want to move in yet.
Scuba laying out the welcome mat, and Brock's going to be there with the hors d'oeuvres. The Odin just fires across the backside of C. Zerona kind of second-guessing popping out of here. Just going to let that smoke clear to see if you can't get a clean shot on somebody here. But what's the answer to NRG right now? Even with Scuba playing right up in your face, they know they're not going to lose enough power to lose the round because everybody's flooding in. 4K for Brock there as he picks it up off the Odin, and an 8-0 scoreline for NRG.
Yeah, adaptation is good there for EG, but for the 3rd time, I am a broken record. It's the lack of execution. I think here, again, if they threw the cage and try to bait out the wall, and then at the same time it baits out a smoke, then you can maybe wait when that 14-second smoke comes down to go for the Nightfall and hit, because that will give the tethers. That will give you a chance to actually entry and follow up behind there. And just unfortunately, EG is just one step ahead of what could be perfect in terms of executions. And just trip off each other here.
I like the look of Stingers. I mean, if things aren't working, sometimes you have to execute a W strat, and Stingers are one way to do that. There's the out of util that's still got to get past. DJZine's going to be the first one. Actually goes for a stunted blast pack. Looks pretty sick. Catches Scuba off guard there as he goes down. And Brock now looking around with that Odin again, but he gets caught off. And yeah, the pick up of pace here for EG really pays off. An NRG scramble with 2 members to get back to B site.
Great Stinger rush. Just like Haven hit the middle site, use your pit inside there as well, and use your weapons inside the pit. Great entries by Superman too to trade off with DJZine. Now Bana, of course, you want to move in, try to get some picks, man. These guys are rich. You want to give a chance here for EG to build up Econ into the next round, so we're just going to have to try to find the exits. At the end of the day, this will be a confirmed round for Evil Geniuses. There's no way you're going to lose a 4 versus 1, right?
Right. This is the 1vx that they get. They start to turn it around. It's too fast, right? Yeah, they're just looking for the kills. Shorty and Audi picks up a gun. That though is still so effective because EG's just getting back in. So to say thank you very much. We're still going to destroy your economy even with the plant. NRG are finding ways to make it tough.
2 orb pips, a weapon upgrade.
Yeah, crazy.
But now thankfully for Evil Geniuses, it was a half buy that we had for EG that they were able to convert thanks to 2 big ults to swing it back in their favor to get the first round on the board, which means they'll have money to work with. It starts off, you mentioned it as a joke, but it's the reality. Pancake's coming out with an Odin.
Yeah, let's go.
I'll try to manage to fight through potentially all the slices and the smokes that we currently see here on the Rubble side.
They're just straight up taking these fights, realizing they have the aim and the ability to get out. That means EG has to chase, and chase a little too far as that one goes back in the favor of NRG now. Numbers up. Still around the map. Bao's working. Superman denies that utility here. He hears the reload too, so he's taking space perfectly off the mechanics on this. A second Prowler from Ethan. He feels suffocated a little bit, so they have to make this work. Superman has to wait for the HP, though. The pause has been so good to get this strength back on B site, and Kiko gets the line. Wait, Pancake's getting one, but it's still Kiko and Scuba able to close in. EG get into these positions that light at the end of the tunnel, and then NRG just keeps closing it off.
Bao loses the confidence of actually trying to get space throughout all of this chaos. He found that confidence pushing towards that C line when he had an ult to work with, but this time wants to play a little bit more prudent. Still a chance to do 2 individual 1v1s.
This is crazy for Bao. Oh, Kiko more than ready to take him down as they were playing front and back. So no angle was unwatched. 9-1 here as EG's momentum is no more than 1 round.
Yeah, I think every single one of these rounds where EG is trying to open towards the A-side Rebel, they're just instantly denied. I don't know how many times we see like a touchdown paint shells right at the feet of Superman every time he TPs towards Rebel. Yeah, it doesn't do enough damage, but at the same time, it still creates a lot of problems in the exec that EG is trying to do to control the A line when they have 4 players out there trying to take that space. So you're really trying hard to figure something out on the fly to try to salvage these last couple of rounds here for EG. I mean, that's why Coach Potter is using her second timeout here, and I think it makes sense. You're looking back on the defensive side. We talked about how good of a composition in my eyes that they have in terms of sport and a little bit the setup for the attack side, but it's still really good for the stalls. Now you see the energy map pool too, and the reason why I wanted to bring this up as well is that they've only played 4 maps so far in this stage. And Lotus wasn't really in this one because, again, nobody wanted to play against him, so they had a chance really to...
For a good reason.
Exactly. keep a strong map pool, and also to show, like, if you still want to try to think that you could anti us on our main maps, well, here's the proof in the pudding. We're going to be able to still dominate that and still carry on what you mentioned before here, Riv, the momentum to carry into the playoffs to show that they're still a top team in the world, that they can still continue their form of the champs of last year.
Well, they are surely bringing everything to the table for this game with a 9-1 scoreline. EG now come out of a timeout, and they're going to see what they can do here. Let's listen into the comms to see what they've come up with.
Go. On the left side. 3A side, boys.
Side.
Let's fast pressure this guy.
Yeah,
on the right, on the
come
right.
back, get ready to retrace A, boys.
Gonna bet the wall.
No wall. It's like
a
deep wall sometimes.
2A side.
Raise almost on me.
Come see 5. Okay, I'm gonna tether Ben. Tether Nate.
Can dog right side?
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready.
Tether Nate and the dog right side.
Ben Vice. Top side. Nice. More on the right. With jump through 1, 2.
Anti.
What I got
bro.
Yeah, nothing working there, unfortunately. And even when Superman finds the timing, unfortunately not to the form that we saw Superman on the last week, missing a couple of shots on Kiko's back. And at the same time here you see, once again, they lose their smokes. But the reason why EG's leading towards the C side is that they could still use as safe haven a Nightfall to entry to the site. So you're trying to at least find info as a semi-dart by throwing this camera from Bao. But there's just way too much util still available for energy to stop that hit. So the open C side, you can't really pop into there if you're not trying to bait most of the util on the C side, especially if you're playing against a Vice and Viper.
I would say maybe string out the rounds a little bit more, but they're going forward. Zerona, good for a trade.
Uh-oh.
Mata, just playing fundamental Valorant right now. A nice shot and ready to take the next one as he stays peaked. The walk in here. How do they source this? You think Superman would have just a moment to give some info to the team, but he's instantly taken out from his ultimate. And that leaves EG with 2 members. So quick into the round.
Even the Nightfall missed Mata in the corner. So as you're trying to jump outside of the smoke, I think it's the story as well for EG on this attack side. Every time they're trying to take space, it has to be by trying to jump through a smoke. And when you're looking at it, the 4 smokes is currently from Kiko's side, so it's only an omen, right? You could try to burn that a little bit earlier and really have a better chance to run a mid round instead. But every time they're just trying to surprise Energy's position by hoping for the best when they're jumping out in the open. being a jack in the box and hopefully scare their opponents. But unfortunately,
30 seconds left.
box keeps getting closed on them.
Arc goes down. Kind of playing a high-low towards Waterfall, but the angle's just not there for him. So it seems like they're trying to take little mini fights here by themselves, as they are going to have to check behind. I mean, they have the trip. The door has to open for you to check the trip. Maybe they thought they got jumped over, but we're focusing now from Bao in sight. Pancakes for one, thinning out those numbers of NRG before they can get even onto the spike. This timing is actually huge. He's right behind Mata. One for him as Mata gets a third. Count him up. Keep racking him in. Bao now in another clutch situation. And this one he wants to make up for. Goes for the ultimate, but it's Mata just screaming through for a fourth. A defuse. Another round for NRG with an 11-1 first half.
Heard him coming from a mile away, yet wants to throw the hat, and that weapon pullout time is too slow.
Yeah.
Didn't have a chance to really hold the corner and fight that against Mata, who's just W running across the board. And look at him getting the effect from the first kill to the last and showing a dominance for NRG here in his first half on NRG's map pick.
It looks like there's no stopping NRG right now. We'll see what Evil Geniuses has when we come back from the break.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup, and wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm with amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham, a Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
It's always fun to hear about the behind the scenes from the teams. And Bonkar, I just want to ask you, how is a day of practice look like for you guys?
A lot of fun, to be honest, all the time. Just a lot of talking, a lot of fun, a few pracs, a little bit of offline time running around together versus no opponents, and just going wherever the flow takes us.
A lot of fun, maybe a little bit of practice?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome back to VCT Americas as we head back onto Lotus, where NRG will take the attack side with 11 rounds from their first half, and Evil Geniuses are looking to live the evilest they have ever lived to try and come back on this one and gain that momentum.
Yeah, usually when the stories of evil plans, they usually get worried about the heroes, right? So hopefully the evils wins today so we can have at least a close game on this first map.
This is the beginning of that story arc.
Yeah, let's see. Lots of them looking to fight towards the A line, but it's going to be a different look no matter what, right? You have AG playing a Cypher. The camera is probably going to try to spot some players above the wall, so maybe they could spray through that, but outside of that, it's just NRG stopping and rotating all over towards the seaside.
Supermen should be able to TP out to safety. They may chase past the trip. That's the hope if NRG hits C. All right. Oh. Actually, and the nade didn't actually hit the trip, so they have a chance to work off for this on pistol round. Never mind. Quickly cleared. They don't have a chance to peek because they hear so many. He's waiting, though, to try and make it a bit of a trap play. Zerona didn't really have the crossfire online until now. Every camera angle. Good stuff, Obs. Getting that Digizine shot, and now NRG making a case for another site. How many times have we seen this?
Great shots for sure, and now they're just grouping up to play the numbers for EG. So player advantage once again for Evil Geniuses, and this will be the story if they could actually start turning it back in their favor. Lots of mapping time to work with, though, for the side of NRG. Getting outside of the radius where they're not going to get hurt, and especially with the haunt being thrown, that's not going to have be available, rather, once EG starts to play the retake.
Why do I have deja vu situations of Scuba running to another site here to plant for a clutch? This time just a teammate and a few more on the other side. If we remember from that Leviatán Haven overtime game. Here though, it's to put the map point on Lotus versus Evil Geniuses. Kiko with the Sixth Sense gets the quiet hop. Denying util. This favors Energy right now, and so does that as Scuba gets one, another, and that's up to Scuba. Oh, he does it! Again and again! I'm surprised his name wasn't on that clutch list. Scuba brings it to 12 for NRG.
Yeah, if he actually was one of the OGs coming into partnership, definitely would be up there. But he joins the roster a little bit later on in the year 2025 and is able to move with the rest of Energy to win the Trophy of Champs with Mata as well.
It's a party over there. They're buying a lot of sheriffs on that pistol round, and they're moving around because who's going to be able to trade with you? Maybe one, but you're always getting that guy with that damage.
Yeah, and when you're looking at the state of this map as well, when the Viper Wall comes down and the smokes get dissipated, there's such big open lanes for the players to fight. So I love the pistol look. Now it's desperate times, of course, for EG. 4 spies for the rest of this game if they could actually come back in this one. But as we've witnessed, everybody's been watching this game, right? The same game as me. It's pretty one-sided so far.
Yeah.
Should be able to end here, but thankfully, Digizine is at least able to score up a first blood for the camp of EG.
Yeah, making some noise, pushing that A main.
No charges.
And they're wondering if he's still there. NRG taking their time to reset on the map. They've had full control, so they realize when, like, wait, we've lost a bit of vision, how much they change their pace and go right into search mode to make sure it's not a problem for them. Brock on the other side, giving nice info and taking some space.
That's where they're probably going to start seeing for Energy as well when and if Bao keeps setting up right now towards the C site. Remember why maybe some players and some teams decide not to use Cypher anymore. You can throw one paint shell in there, breaks all of the kit, and there's no more stall on that side.
Kiko.
30 seconds left.
About to phase 2. He knows he needs to get the smoke off first. Use that util. And now they can get a double push in here. Paranoia is just on their side. Oh, it was about to be traded out. But the timing's there for NRG instead. Zerona, oh, he got his head on a swivel, and it doesn't even matter. He's iced by Ethan. As Digizine peeks in with that other sheriff just to creep in by Bao, and that's quick work for Kiko and NRG. 13-1 on Lotus, just like that. Blink and you'll miss it. The champs are in form.
Definitely in form, especially Kiko finishing that map with a quad kill. Overall, though, when you're looking at it, they are definitely in shape from top to the bottom. The macro around Energy and also the clutch scenarios that they were put into were just easily taken over by the side of Energy. So looking pretty good for their side to also try to be the only team to have an undefeated stage in the Americas right now to try to complete out of 5-0. And so far, they're looking to speedrun it there.
Yeah, they are speedrunning it. Let's see how much EG can slow them down. We are going to EG's map of Breeze to see if they can bring this one back. Don't go anywhere. More VCT Americas right after this break.
Zerona now hears, and they are not ready for the pop in through the window.
You got to get past Brock. And no flashes to make it happen. Another shot from Brock. B was always locked down. It's in his name. B for Brock.
Insanely fast map number 1, and Energy gets the win 13-1. Bunker, I'm a little curious about the way that this went down, because I think we were expecting another pick. Why did you decide to show that Lotus? And I know that, you were not going to change the composition so much, but wasn't it better to hide a little bit of what the strategy looks like?
I mean, I'm not gonna be honest. We've played so much Lotus. There's nothing to hide. It was more of a. I didn't expect it to be open, so when I saw it was open, I just figured we need another rep on Lotus to keep it warm until it's finally open more against certain opponents. So that's why we picked it.
Did it play a part of the fact that EG also likes to play Breeze a lot?
I mean, I didn't expect them to pick Breeze into us either. I'm not gonna lie. We kind of wanted Breeze in the map pool as well, so the whole map it was a little bit confusing. But I'm happy it went the way it did.
Yeah, it looks pretty strong for you, and you might be undefeated for the stage show. Good luck.
Thank you.
Bonkar saying out loud what we all thought. That was a very quick match between Energy and EG here on Lotus, a 13-1, and quite frankly, this was just Energy in control, like from front to back. Like there was just very little moments of hope for EG.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like they were always one step ahead with just their overall reads, right? Anytime EG went towards that A side, they were always ready to do that triangle setup with one person in baby door, one person in tree, one person on site, spamming with the Odin. Anytime a lurker tried to go up and take space, it was just impossible. You can see that A setup I was talking about right here, the Odin coming in, having Ethan towards that door side and one person on site. They just couldn't get a step in anywhere. And one thing that we were kind of looking forward to, and you even mentioned before, looking at their comp, is using a lot of that Cypher utility, switching up the lurkers, being able to have some sort of variation with those solo players. But those solo players were getting caught up every single time. Energy was always punishing, and they just couldn't find a solution to it.
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate reality for EG is there's ultimately two ways that you win rounds when you're playing heavy for lurks. One is you catch timings that blow open the map and you take a ton of space, so you just dominate. And the other is, if you don't do that and you're walking into a 50-50, you have to be able to win the fights. And in EG's case, well, Ethan knows that EG want to play for the lurks. He played Lotus with Potter back in the day. It's the same style EG been playing for forever. And so they're never over-rotating. They're counting to see where the Cypher and the Viper are, and if they don't see them, they know the lurking is coming in. And then they sit on the forward angles. And Mata, especially with those front B holds and the A rubble holds, was never giving any chances for EG to win the 50-50.
And EG didn't even feel like they tried to contest it after space was taken from them. I felt like they just kept on trying to avoid and trying to find solutions elsewhere, and it just wasn't working for them. You saw in that stat sheet that there was literally, they had rounds where they were up numbers, but they couldn't take that. They couldn't convert that into those round wins because Energy were always a step ahead, always ready for whatever they were throwing at them, whether they were going to exit a site, there was always 2 to 3 players there. It was just a really hard map for EG to play.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, Energy had the entire map just on lockdown. Each and every single site, there was very little in here for the squad from EG. Now, of course, we're heading onto map 2, Breeze, and Bonkar said it in the interview there as well, right? It's a little confusing to see them picking Breeze into an Energy that has been playing Breeze so much and has been looking so good on it. That said, EG is also 2-0 on it.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I'm looking forward to is in the one round that they won on Lotus, it was just them running it down. I don't think they had the perfect comp to do that, having that raise. You can't really speed up as much as you would like. But when it comes to Breeze, I really do hope they bring out that same energy, bring out that same aggression, and kind of overrun and overpower Energy. I think that's going to be key for EG here, is going in with confidence and aggression, like what we saw last week against Furia, or this week against Furia. And that's something that Dig hasn't even said that they were missing early on. And
I would love to see that aggression continued. I'd also love to see EG follow through on a round. Again, 3 or 4 times that they had a 2v1 or a 3v2, they were up numbers in a post-plant situation, and they let it slide in the micro. It was the problem that caught them out 5 times on Haven versus MIBR when MIBR came back down 12-5. It happened again back on Lotus, and it happens because they're not actively planning how to fight together in the post-plant. They know exactly where NRG players are, but they are not swinging together. Their spacing is poor, and again, they got caught out by it. It wouldn't have meant they won that first map, but it certainly would have made it look a lot closer. Again, 3 or 4 rounds they easily could have had.
You're passionate about that. And that's because you care. You want them to do
because
better.
those mistakes, if you make those mistakes in play-ins, it's going to look like EMEA. You're going to lose to the tier 2 teams. They have so many rounds where they play it out well. It is in the moments deep in the game they have to lock in. And if they make that change, this team genuinely could be pretty good.
I love that you found an opportunity to, shoot some shots over to the EMEA squad. So well done, Ender. Let's hear what Coach Potter has to say ahead of map 2.
Map 2 between EG and Energy is going to be Breeze. And Potter, you are undefeated on this map, and the 2 times that you got the chance to play, you closed out that series. But you're going against Energy, who are also pretty good. So what is the game plan looking like?
Yeah, and the challenge is we just got bullied in map 1, right? So that mental reset is definitely, but this is exactly what today's match is for. We were trying to prepare for play-ins and work on that mental fortitude and gain some more confidence. So we're ready. We're ready to actually play our game in Breeze, and I'm confident that we will.
Bunker was talking about how he didn't expect you guys to pick Breeze on them. So is that because of that, getting that experience right before playing?
100%, 100%. Obviously there's going to be a little bit of anti in there here and there, but we're sticking to our game plan and our comfort picks.
All right, good luck.
Yeah, nice to hear Potter talking about the mentality there. And I actually had the chance to listen into EG's comms during that 13-1 loss. And I will say that all in all, I approve of the mentality of Evil Geniuses. This is a team that's playing against an undefeated squad, but they didn't feel intimidated inside of the rounds. And I also didn't feel like they were afraid to make mistakes or they were playing like they were just going out there severely outmatched to NRG. This is a team that was focusing on micro details round after round, trying to make some small adjustments and find that improvement going into the next round. I hope they're gonna have it here on Breeze. They seem pretty confident when I was listening to them. Ribbon Bands are gonna be right back with Map 2 just after this short break.
Ayy, drop the confetti. We had to show 'em who ready. Flooded the watch with spaghetti.
Welcome back to Evil Geniuses versus NRG, and that's kind of the way it is right now. Evil Geniuses is fighting right now to get a map here in this series. 13-1 on that first map. And I don't think NRG is going to be letting up here as we get to Breeze. You heard Bonkar there in the desk talk about it. He was surprised EG wanted these maps, and we can see why.
Well, for Coach Potter, it's to mention we wanted to get the reps in, we wanted to get ready for the play-ins, and also work on the mental aspect of things. You know, they let a 12-5 slip against MIBR, then got owned by MIBR on the second map, 13-2 on Ascent. This time they lose 13-1 on Lotus against Energy. Maybe they have a chance to turn it around for the second map too. Maybe get those reps too in terms of mentality of like, how do we turn around getting dominated in the first map like that? And if they could have a very similar storyline as other teams that's able to upset Sentinels, for example, when they win the first map of the series, and we could see still a possibility for the upsets to continue.
One of the things they did mention, Pancake said, is losing that 12-5. It was harder to start on attack side for the second map that they ended up losing. So losing the first one, 13-1 is pretty drastic, but they do start on defense. So maybe they can get a read on Energy here, start to get a bit of a better flow to start this second map, because it has to happen right away as we head on to Breeze.
It was a 13-3 scoreline that we didn't get a chance to see too much of the defensive side of EG against Furia. So yeah, starting off here could help them out a little bit. But this is also a very strong map for Energy. So they've outside of Sunset, actually, they've won every single one of the maps they've played this stage. So I think any matchup currently against Energy will be very difficult moving into this very map. Hopefully, though, the game plan will continue to be macro quite good for EG. And hopefully during the break between the maps that they have a chance to talk through how they want to micro a little bit better and run their team plays a little bit better.
Mata's with the only ghost. All sheriffs again for NRG here. Actually, quite a few. That long range that they favor on these pistol rounds as they scream right into B site. They start to close that. Ethan, fake plant to see if anybody pops out for a shot. And then they're already set up for post plant while the plant's happening. Superman low. And EG encroaching ever so slowly. Looks like they want to clear elbow first, but they're not going to have much time if they do this at the pace.
Yeah, I might have to wait for the high tide to come down. Go for the flank on the B main first.
Scuba tested. Oh, gets a backwards jump. You guys gonna lose Brock for that instance, and Digizine comes in for another kill here. EG pushing well into the front side where Energy entered, so that means they're gonna have to flip the site. Oh my God, and they still have the answers. Still tucked in. The defuse tries to go through here, and they haven't cleared the site just yet, but this is one of the ones that could work. Oh, he goes for it, and it doesn't work, and that means it's even more pressure on EG for the defuse. The walk-in happens, and it's never gonna work. Ethan gets the shot. He goes down, but the round goes for NRG.
I already felt in the retake of EG that it was going to be very difficult. The first curveball through the Viper wall was perfect. They catch one off guard, they take down Brock, but then you have a 3 versus 1 in the B main. And instead of going for a triple swing for the kill, you burnt the paranoia from Superman from the bottom staircase. So what type of flashes do you have on the retake into the site? Nothing. So now, once again, just like Lotus, you're running through smokes, you're getting picked off, and you give a chance for Energy to turn it around. They almost got the defuse under the nose of Energy, but at the end of the day, it still comes down to the pressure of the time of the defuse that makes EG scramble, and those mistakes happen.
You could see feet on the one-way, and he still kept swinging. Oh, EG is kind of antsy. They're hungry to get these plays, but also forcing a few errors for themselves. As Energy get the plant.
Spike planted.
And they'll be able to set this one up nice and easy. Evil Geniuses will look to just die to the spike here. It's so clean. You hear Energy in their interviews, and they say every game is a we-must-win game type deal. Doesn't matter if it is in a championship or not. So that's why they always look unstoppable.
Well, that's why you want the championship point as well. This is the last one you get before you get into the playoffs and see how deep you go in the standings to get more points there. And they're what? If they win this one here, they're going to be 1 point away from tying up with G2. I think it's at 17 points. But most importantly, you know how difficult these matches are once you get into the play-ins. Just like Ender said, what's happening currently in EMEA right now, so many Tier 2 teams are actually upsetting the current partnership teams in their current runs. So we could have one of those games. We have M80 for Christ's sakes in our rosters, right? They could knock down teams like Energy, and if you fall down early, thankfully, at least hopefully, you have the safety net of the championship points to get through the champs.
Yeah, M80, they might be one of the most hungry teams that have been on the cusp of finding themselves on that stage. Bestia, 2G, teams that have had players on this stage that are going to come in very hungry that EG is going to have to worry about.
Super excited for that, to see the return of a lot of these players from partnership and probably come back with a vengeance, which, again, we're currently seeing that in EMEA. Magnum, Patty Tech, having a good time so far.
Well, so is NRG, as they are controlling this game and look to steer it straight towards mid and use that harbor wall for Kiko to break the side open. And he's really just the one kind of selling this. They want to see how much EG will move for the bonus round. Spam through, though, as Digizine gets that first kill and Bao will answer across the map. They're finding the back of NRG the whole time with the little inserts EG has had. Ethan pushes forward as they have to make room in the site, but it's not going to work. EG is not stopping. They're pushing forward a little bit more, and the Stinger's only going to do so much from there. EG come back for the bonus round this time.
Yeah, stopping Energy's bonus round is a great start. Not getting it converted last time around there, just like on Lotus. But that said, Energy's walking into this rifle round with their own null command. You're seeing how Energy won this round. Lots of sprays through smokes that got some kills, and it's just a little bit harder here for the Stingers to play that long range in an open site. We'll see right now if Energy will try to go for some sort of a hit with an null command.
Shadows traveling. Side they put it on. Yeah, it could be a very well a fake to that. Oh, wait, the pop flash pulls Zerona's ult out immediately. You have to be kidding. That's crazy.
Now he's moving over with the rest of the team. Probably Null coming into the A site as well.
Yeah. Oh, energy.
Only one person inside this A site.
Dash in, take that space. Super textbook here, but Superman looking to mix things up. The timing works for him. Scuba decided not to peek, and he's going to be able to clear him as well. It takes a third just to take the Superman down. Waiting for that wall to drop. It has fallen, so EG's about to get their peeks on. That means Energy is hiding to create the crossfires. Not looking at a Brock ultimate here, so he's going to try to get a long peek on before he can get back. Is he going for the full swing? The fight's already happening inside as the paranoia comes through from EG. Ethan clears with a fragment grenade. Look at them back each other up, kind of trying to take the same angles for NRG, and Bao gets two. In this, oh, the late drone. The jig is up for Brock here. It's going to take the firepower, and it's going to be the firepower! The Brock to gone!
Oh, that's gotta hurt. Bao and Superman did whatever they could there. They each had a two-piece. That means that there was only one player remaining, being Brock. The util was great for the wraparound for Energy to just stall, delay, perfect plant scenario as well, plant position.
Oh my god!
That never puts them in a place where they were supposed to play an A main in the first place and gives enough time. That's the reason why that plant went towards that back of the site so that Brock could wrap around. Maybe not necessarily go into a clutch, but man, does it make a nice little highlight reel for Energy. That forces the eco for EG.
That is insane. I mean, you only hear it a few times, but he can use more than the Odin. That's for sure. Holy moly. How do you answer when you have these rounds for EG and you get deflated like that all the time, Vans? It's tough.
Energy kind of knows, of course, that EG's on this eco right now, and at the minute mark, trying to see if there's going to be some sort of a pop attack on that side, and already the recon dart comes out. That probably gives an inkling that there is a little bit of concentrations of defenders in the mid take. So look at them all fall back right now, all meeting up here towards the back lines, probably finish towards the B site. Especially after that first kill from Mata. Digizine tried to peek for some information. Who better than Digizine to do it? I respect that.
Yep.
He's the one that you definitely need in a roster for EG to score these first blood, especially if he has a nice pistol to work with.
They're reading the elbow play. Oh, nicely timed on Mata, trying to get that high tied up. So if they can get that weapon, it's going to be huge. It looks like they'll have time to do it. They're already pinging towards it as Ethan and the team ping into sight. They need to get the plant down and set up a reverse sight here, knowing everything's been flipped by evil geniuses.
So annoying, too, that Scuba kept his Viper wall, so any type of rotate towards spawn will be difficult to do.
Yeah.
And that also secures the information that Energy currently has here on how to play this post plant.
And they're not even letting EG get close to create crossfires. Taking the fights as soon as they come online, and another one happens. Zerona will try and enter all on his lonesome here. And that timer is already ticking, so this is the pressure of damage. And there's one. Ooh, the swing puts great protection between him and Brock to finalize that kill. He's going to be able to get half here as he swings it. And that's going to be the time that NRG needed to shut him down, shut him up, and take the round right back in their favor.
Good on Zerona to go for that one, though.
Yeah.
There was an eco that you had for EG, so you build the econ, the max bonus, you get rifles no matter what in the next round. But on top of that, getting the 3 kills makes it expensive for Energy. You're getting closer to your run it back as well. You're forcing these peaks to happen, so you asked me the question of how do you actually fight around losing and getting deflated into Energy's play so far. You see the vibes are still up, and you see that they still have the confidence going for these type of plays so that they can play the long game and hopefully catch up.
And the operator now online, you talked about that in the first map. Digizine has that economy, has it in his hands, but they're going to be forced for a fast strat towards B, and also this mid strat that cuts off the transition. Superman hiding in just a small quadrant of safety, and Kiko sources him right out. Now they have to retake with that op instead of it being a first line of attack, which slows things down a little bit, and there's so many angles to clear just to get there for EG. I don't know if they really want it.
Such an interesting look for EG for that round, though. Focusing a lot of players to fight towards middle and leave the sites pretty much open. And only one person moving down that line was able to call it out for Energy to move into an open B site. And Superman couldn't hold his ground, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is one of the everything has to go perfect situations. Or you'd expect EG to back away. They try to back away here, and this is actually going to be a hunted Digizine. And he's quite close to the action. A little dart. Ooh. Jump fakes Brock on the Phantom, and he's going to be able to stay alive here. But this is it. This has been EG trying to keep themselves alive in here, getting around, and then it going back in favor of NRG as they scramble to get control of the game from the champs.
Good to see the shots are good from Digizine, though. We haven't seen a single op from his side on the first map of Lotus. Albeit when I wanted to see some op on the attack side, I also wanted to see it on the lurker, so you could still leverage like the satchels, the spacing that Digizine could get. Yeah, this is a very easy series so far in the eyes of Bankar. It's almost like he's in a Tesla, his feet up, autopilot, just watching the game unravel into his favor. But for Coach Potter, it's a little bit more work that she needs to do right now with the team to clean up the act on their defensive side.
Yeah, if it was NRG's idea to really put what they practice into plan, man, they are getting it round for round. Almost like having the ref being able to reset and like, good, just do it this way next time, and then they can. So EG looking to steal away that freedom. You talked about the vibes. We heard the vibes from Superman. It's just warming up. We're warming into it. And honestly, a 5-1 scoreline isn't all that bad when you know alts are about to come online here to start to turn around these instances, make it happen.
Seeing here, Kiko going into the Jet, so playing a lot of agents for Energy within this stage, being the Swiss Army knife for the team too. And you also saw, especially when it comes down to map like Sunset, where they were so far haven't won a single game, but trying different things to make sure that they could have a deeper map pool no matter what. But Kiko is definitely not only good in terms of the agents that he plays, but the firepower that he brings. He had the crowd buff going into Masters London, dropping like +20s against the tops of the world. And then even in the first map, even had like a +13 or something like that on Lotus itself. So he's definitely finding his form, treating Americas like home, just like London, and farming against EG today.
He is an international player for sure. Like, he brings it at home, but it's great to have in somebody like that. All right, we're going swimming this round. Reckoning goes out. High tide is up. And this is going to force Digizine and the rest of the team off. This is what makes it so hard to be an opper right now. It's just you do not own a line because of all the controller util. Quickly planted. And they're actually taking a deep exit towards the ult here to make EG have to walk through everything and take that damage just to source where the spike is. All right, Pancakes. Dart's about to go out, and the team's going to try to act off of this. They see nothing, but that's also okay because they can use that info to try and get to position. Kiko is already looking him dead in the eye with the daggers. Ready for a close-up fight here. Pit still controlled. They haven't even done anything about the pit yet. EG has to pick up the pace here if they want anything to happen in this round. They're going in with sheriffs, and those have to be the sentries to source out the information. But they're just giving Energy too much respect, keeping him in here with the spike as well, which they've already made it out basically scot-free. Kiko goes down in the end there, and a 6-1 scoreline for NRG as EG just looked indecisive.
Kiko is just trying to tighten his shoelaces so he can close the gap on Zerona trying to run away. He only had a shorty to work with after the Blade Storm, so couldn't take the weapon away from Zerona's hands. But I understand you're trying to play the retake for our team. You're trying to get some opportunities to catch some players off guard when the wall comes down through Zerona's rifle, through Digizine's op, and then maybe you start upgrading weapons as you throw with the run it back in there. But NRG gave them nothing to work with in the post plant. So staying very composed, despite them having such a one-sided victory for NRG so far, they're still making sure that they're playing the cleanest Valorant and not overheating in these scenarios.
Oh, in a tough spot. One going in, one going out. This is huge. Wait, he runs right by him! I don't know how Brock just stayed alive. They get Zerona, a nice protection from Ethan and the crew to keep that safe, and they get out without a scratch, really. Oh, Kiko got scratched, I lie. So did Scuba. But this is a rotation now from EG. Trying to catch that in translation as they go from site to site.
Right now as Mata just got walled here, legged by Digizine, and he's also spotted the drone from Pancakes on the top of mid.
Okay.
Nice, Digizine.
Okay, warming up is the name of the game here for Evil Geniuses. Up for a fourth. Let's see it. Brock, he was the one to shut down a huge round last time. Now tested against Digizine as he pulls the up, but again, oh, it's going to be just over the shoulder. And now Brock has the entire team coming in for a family photo. Superman cleans that up in a second round now for EG.
What a beautiful round by Digizine, cutting the rotates across. Like I said, Energy had so much information to start rotating on the other side, knowing that the B site's open. But these type of shots, super clean from the star duelist of Evil Geniuses. Top of the ratings when he got dropped by Loud, but was farming in the VCLs, but also in Ascension in itself. Seeing how and why Potter looked for a player like this.
Yeah.
The amount of first kills versus first deaths that he's able to bring for a team has been so good since the Loud days to the VCL to even show it in this stage here.
A little bit of hype in mind, reset too from that Potter timeout. As AG start off with the first blood here, it's quickly taken by Ethan though. And now Mata and the rest of the team are going to start pushing inside. Ethan actually takes a little bit more space here to identify two members. So NRG can really sort out the space they want before engaging again. EG close to that first pyramid here. And it looks like they will wait for Zerona to get in. It's a smart play for the wall and the flash.
A big wall cycle is coming across here, but the drone's going to see a lot. Here comes EG closing in.
Scuba tucked in, knowing there's kills going on around. That's the chaos. Nice job by Bao to source a kill onto Brock. And this is the come around now for Mata. Anything happening inside is all really for naught here. If he can do this, oh my god, deja vu. And it's not going to happen. They snuff out the nightmare that time. Superman takes down Mata, and the defuse will come through.
They're trying to fake that one as well by throwing the cove in the back so that Mata could try to find a timing. At the end of the day, from the spike plant at the position, they probably had the idea, speaking of EG, that there was probably going to be another one of those trying to wrap around. Worked out well. Like I said, such good delays coming out from the wall cycles out of Energy. But once you start seeing Energy, EG encroach with the information on the drone,
Nice, guys.
they had the advantage on how they wanted to trade it. All right.
Okay.
Time to take control of the steering wheel once again.
A little bit more of an idea on why EG wanted to choose Breeze now. Setting in for the squad of NRG. And it is get to that op. And the first one may have missed, and they may have cut off Digizine on the first few lines, but he created his own space that round to make sure the op could come online. And that's exactly what the EG picked up Digizine for. To be that guy.
Yeah, and I just talked about the Energy, how clean they were in terms of the Valorant gaming that they've been bringing there throughout this series. But that time around, they weren't really playing off each other, and looks like Bonkar really wanted to clean that up right away. So he calls a timeout. Let's try to re-hit towards the A site. It's almost reminiscent. I remember in an interview of Energy continuously hitting A site, A site, A site of Breeze, because he's like, yeah, we're just trying to get some reps in, so let's try to bring it in one more time. So after the timeout, Energy now leading 5 players towards the A site. Starts with a knife to get information towards the A line, so they know at least that Digizine's not opping on that side. So let's see how they execute into A.
2,
on top.
Dead. One Phoenix.
I'm all in, I'm blocked. You guys
Mid-site, Phoenix.
What?
Mid-side dead.
Nice. All dead.
2v2, boys, 2v2.
Rock has bomb.
Jet has up, guys.
Going close down. I'm just gonna walk through, bro.
I like it.
Go for it. Rock and drone in 2 seconds.
Bridge left, off.
Only bridge top.
You have COVID too, Adam.
Don't worry about it.
I'll ping him soon, wait. He's far, going up.
Tag him.
On the rope. Under the rope. Just get out. I have shocks for a bomb.
It's planted mid-site.
You can go door at him.
Just
4 bullets at him.
He literally can't play.
We have double shock and dart later. Just live forever at him. Yep. Right here.
On ping.
1 jet smoke max too. Dart at 5.
Adam will play first.
I'd say.
I'm guarding
Picked
first.
up a rifle.
Guarding
Picked up a
first.
rifle.
Good job, Adam.
Good
Nice
job.
fucking round, bro. There we go.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, we wanted some clean communications this time around for Energy, and we got it after the timeout. It was chaotic. There was some question marks being thrown, but what I really like at the same time for Energy is, and a lot of these teams are finding a lot of good value throughout this stage, is that it's not only just on the protocols on how to exec and how to play some clean Val, but when it comes down to these scenarios where it doesn't come out into your favor, you have to be assertive on the space that you take. Individualism has to come out to play, and that's where Mata just shined there on that 2v2.
It's something that Ethan has actually recently said he loves about this team and relieves pressure from him as the caller, because normally he was the mid-round second caller, making plans off of the first guy. So to have the team take mini fights by themselves, it relieves that pressure. Here, he's the flash pressure as they head into the site. Scuba relieves that on Supermen as they creep right in without too much trouble here. On to Evil Geniuses, up the gut. Pancakes hits out the Hunter's Fury and just misses out on a kill. But Mata sources one. They're fighting on all fronts here. They're still attacking in the post plant. And EG's just not ready for it. I mean, they didn't plant, but still pushing, I should say, in that site. Crazy stuff that Energy just aren't stopping.
Best insert EG has right now is Bao in the window, though. They don't have him accounted for yet.
Here. And it counts.
Last player standing.
Quickly taken down. And now they know where Zerona is, too.
Spike planted.
Look to the right. Bit of util to get in here, but he's going to have someone lurking on him, too. Doesn't even have the angles necessary, and Brock takes him down for an 8-3 now in favor of NRG.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think outside of the operator for Digizine and him playing solo to try to block out some lanes and get some information here for EG, I feel like it's a little bit of a different outlook from EG in their macro, their positioning, and understanding where Energy are kind of starting their rounds. I wanted to praise them on their attack side when it came down to Lotus, that they were manipulating the map quite well and just missing the fundamentals of working together. But this time around, it almost seems like Energy always has like some easy entries at different areas, different spots. You saw a double lurk and a double push that got some value there on the side of Energy in the previous round. So Energy are leaving so many gaps on the defense.
They're just trying to just get sourced kills here in the beginning of the round. Extremity, but they've lost B. Kiko goes down right away. So the question is, how do they get in now?
Reckoning in pit, maybe?
Yeah, it's
simple.
It's gonna have to be the full team, though. Everyone behind it. They're gonna look for a shot first. Pick up that gun. See if they can't get anybody caught off. They've chosen the soft site. And they're actually just gonna walk it in. And why not? If it can be for free, you take it. Ethan drops Superman just like that. And now they cut it again. They're trying to be quiet about it, but Digizine says no way. Pressing the fact. Now into Scuba. He's been so clean from this position. You can't get him out. And Energy, when they're rooted into this site, are so hard to dig out. Brock gets a kill before they run it back can do any damage. And EG are being snuffed out before they can really even get into the site. A nice TP in, though, from Bao as he tries to sort something out, and Brock hears it happening. Really can't get anything by NRG in these instances. And yeah, Mata's ready for Zerona. They have all the angles covered from that spot. And another round comes in for NRG, a 9-3 first half.
The scaling is so beautiful for Energy to entry towards that B site. So jumping out the window, technically you won't get hurt by the person watching in that spot. And as they walk up, they hide the wall, so they're never going to see. Superman's never going to see them walk up. So it was going to be an open surprise, no matter what. Not a chance for EG to hold, and potentially not a chance for EG to turn it around.
It's going to be tough. They have to leave everything on the table when we come back from the break. Don't go anywhere.
You guys always see the players walk out, but what happens minutes before they do that? Usually, they're going to meet right backstage. On my right, I have Energy, and on my left, all the way back, I think you get the chance to see EG. So they're talking a little bit about the game plan, what they're going to do, and then they're going to line up right behind me. They're going to check that everything is ready, and when the indication is, and when they hear the team name, they're going to be walking on stage.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, halftime of map 2. As we look to swap sides and get EG on attack here to see if they can get some momentum. That first building block is going to be pistol round though. And NRG has been stealing them away.
Exactly. Not getting the one here on Breeze either. So currently 0-3. On the defensive side for Energy, if you're looking at their pistol round from the attack side compared to this one, they're a little bit less Sheriffs on their side. They do want to use a little bit more util, especially when it comes down to the ones that could stall for Scuba and Mata. So goes for them, Snake Bite, Cove available. Should I say the High Tide, as Ethan's trying to find his timing here through the mid-smoke.
Playing anti-flash on his way down. Oh, God. Didn't expect that second wall there for a second, and he didn't expect Superman. Inside the site still, Scuba is just between the pyramids, and they can just pop right out to make this troublesome, but EG answers very nice. The mid-round adaptation has been working here as Superman's able to get that flank kill and really start to send NRG for a loop. Mata with pretty lethal ghost will have to make noise to enter into the site, and they just have that insurance policy of Superman at the last moment.
Oh, no.
Vance, not like this. Oh, almost on the reset there. Bao is able to get the better ghost in. And they get out with the round. Pistol, we talked about it. That's the first stepping stone.
Still surprised of what was the call here for EG in the post plan, why both of them are walking back towards the A main. You already had Superman that cut the rotates over on the mid side, so he could play the contact for anybody walking across towards the A side, so the two guys on the pyramid could swing out. Maybe because of this position of Kiko right here, EG maybe expected it was a double flank.
Do you see my classic do some work?
I saw that shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, Superman said that he needed to warm up, that the team needed to warm up, and he had some great classic shots.
Ooh, more classics being fired here as we get into A main. And quickly scooting out. Mata's going to reset for a re-hit here. A right click. Oh my gosh. He just denies everyone else. Him and Ethan doing some crazy classic work at the front of A main to make EG worry about what's next. You got to be kidding. But they rightfully so. The trap plays and protocols they've been facing have been deadly. So the UTO clear comes out and they realize, wait a minute. We have this space for free. Has Energy been able to source a gun? No, Zerona's kind of deep on that kill, so it'll be protected. Fans, are they going to stop on the way in? They're just running behind Ethan's flashes, behind the team's protection. They've killed a few. Phantom for Superman doing quite a bit here, and the Guardian from Pancakes is going to add just that. Lots of pain to take down NRG for a second round.
EG, stop high-fiving. There's a Phantom in the sight. I don't know if they picked it up because it was like, what, a Bulldog and a Guardian they had? I think they picked up at the very last second. But yeah, it was very nice. Good round here for Superman for the pistol round into the second one. Their bonus round here, I mean, it was going to be a round where potentially they could continue to work for an orb and really work off the Zerona ult. But you have to give credit for Mata in that previous round when he got the right-click kill. And now forces Zerona to pick up an orb and look for an extra kill before they could start activating. So it's going to slow down EG's round for a bit here. Not necessarily playing any type of forward positions. They're just waiting to see if Energy's using util on their side. This round's going to develop a little bit more at that minute mark.
Looking for that Ethan spot. on the pistol round, that is. He is not going to be pushed, but he will be doing a bit of leaning for the team as Digizine leans into that, takes down Mata. So that retake for Energy becomes quite a bit tougher here.
It's a great start, too, on the bonus round for EG, because Superman only has a Ghost to work with. So that's kind of weak when they want to try to entry into the site. It seems to be a split into this B site, but there's still 2 players of Energy here.
Superman's wall just goes out. That's going to activate the brains of Energy to start rotating over. But it isn't really activating too much of EG because inside sight, Digizine is ready to work the back line just like that. He was a ghost for a moment. Energy had no idea. They're swapping it around enough time to make sure Zerona gets the plants here so they can min-max a bit more. And what a bonus round, like you said. This is the momentum and the confidence EG needed here.
So they didn't pick up a weapon or save the Phantom on the previous round, but at least Superman's able to pick one up here off the corpse of Scuba in the back of the site. Works out. I think right now Digizine just slipped through the net. Had such a beautiful 1v1 opener through the mid double doors. There was no reaction coming out from Energy because of how they were currently setting up their defensive line. It's very similar to what we keep talking about when you're not playing a Cypher here on the comp and you don't have some early mid control. The players have to play so far back. So as soon as a smoke comes up here towards this tunnel side, that blocks the whole vision of Brock. Ethan was trying to play an angle, and then Digizine is able to find the timing to get inside that smoke that allows EG to go for the pop split, and for even Digizine to get value of a 2-piece on this side exec of EG.
Oh, and he gets the kill. So Zerona gets out there because he wanted to die, and then Digi gets his kill, so they're nicely setting up these rounds there at the end to chase down. And there's that opener. And yeah, that separated the map so much. Jeez. Thank you. He's like, I'm working.
Yeah, he's locked in. That's the gamer mode position of lean in, put your elbows on your knees, and just stare at the screen, because it's time for EG to play the comeback in the second half, looking much better on the attack side. Outlaw in the hands of Digizine, knowing here that Energy are going to be on a low buy. Only thing that Kiko has is, or at least that Energy has, is a rifle in the hands of Kiko. And a half shield. He's currently watching that towards the mid line, but he doesn't want to give too much space. And that palm flash attempt to peek, unfortunately, gets blinded by Ethan, so they still get 0 value on where EG is currently set up at the beginning of this round.
Well, they choose to try for A main next. And they will choose correctly. Behind door number 1 is the first blood of the round. Digizine goes down. Zerona is still here to crack that egg and make sure the team can get into B. And they'll be forcing Brock right off of the site. So this is about the EG post plant now. They are numbers down. They're going to have to really make this work if they want to keep the momentum up, because I feel like Energy could just take it all back with this round.
Mata picks up the Outlaw. They're going for a double flank so far here. They are trying to activate a little bit more quickly. Second flash doesn't give a chance for Kiko to peek as cleanly, but thankfully nobody was there. If they could encroach onto Scuba at the bottom of this B site, this Reckoning could do a lot of damage.
Superman hears it. He's going to be calling it, but he has to keep his eyes forward, hoping they jump over his head here without too much focus. Oh, he's able to get both somehow. What a correction and what a read. Now, Energy's hand is forced as Kiko dashes in. Actually gets 2. Could get his ace. The first one in Americas as he locks it down.
I'm baffled. How did that happen? Superman gets such a nice 2-piece and denying the dynamic duel at the top of window, yet somehow Kiko still dashes in, and while mid-dash, gets out of it and gets an instant kill. Oof. Digizine was never ready for that one either, you could see. He was aiming on top of yellow. Look at that. The turn to be able to spot Pancakes and spot Bao at the same time. Just a human turret.
Oh my god! That was insane! You got his ace!
That is the ace. Crazy stuff as evil geniuses need to put a pause on that ace momentum. And they go for the timeout.
that could be almost as deflating as similar, maybe not as heavy as a 12-5 loss that EG suffered to MIBR and Haven. But that type of scenario here where Kiko is moving in like that, there's absolutely no way they should give that up. In moments where EG were losing a lot of those man advantages against MIBR, it was them running into somebody like Verno and just getting mowed down, where Verno just clutched against them every single time. I mean, you're seeing it here. It is not looking good for week after week in terms of how they're trying to convert their man advantages for EG, and it continues to be worsened against Energy today. And at this point, the reason why I'm saying how it hurts even more, it's that it had to be Energy running into them. It had to be one single guy running into them.
Yeah.
And he just dismantles the whole roster. And that timeout is just a timeout to calm the senses, pretty much. It's a Hail Mary timeout for EG to try to string as many rounds as they can to try to push this into a third map. But Energy are definitely in a position to get an easy 2-0 now, especially with that first blood from Kiko.
Someone's feeling it right now. Up through the door. It's the last point. Digizine was successful, and he gets shut down this time around. And they're all pushed up on some angles, so you can see Ethan has a pretty forward angle. Still watching down doors. Just checks from Nest here as Brock starts to lean towards A. It's like they just know what EG's doing based on where they're not seeing them for the moment.
And you see the differences of how Energy are currently setting up to find that active information. This time by having Brock droning on middle instead of playing towards the extremities. They could use Ethan with the knife to get info installed just like that.
Crazy.
So now at the mid round, you know that EG has a lot of players still looking for the elbow/mid control, trying to fight through that.
Okay, Digizine getting through was big last time. Now it's Bao, but he's already found out. He only had a moment behind enemy lines before they found him through the walls. A few inserts, but it's not back sight. They don't even know it's back there. EG still has to keep going, and they're going to plant danger zone here. Oh, Brock almost going down, but he gets out using util. Look at Energy just closing in so fast. Zerona is able to capitalize on one. Kiko now with the ultimate after that crazy ace round as he's going to start trying to identify positions. Hello. Zerona takes a few cuts to the back of the head, and they're still going for the fight. Everybody's just hit with util here, but it's up to Superman. He's going to put down the pit in the 1v2 situation. And this is his moment. Cape flowing in the wind. He's going to try to get this down. Doesn't want to enter the smoke just yet. Goes! He meets both of them inside the smoke because there's so much time before the pressure's really added. Energy play it calm, cool, and collected and bring it to 11 for themselves.
Almost felt like EG were trying to move forward into the site so they could leverage the pit to block out the tunnel, to block out the arches. But just unfortunately, as they're just trying to set up here in the post line, they're also all losing their positioning. Zerona did his darnest to try to take some players down, but so many players once again sneaking through. The first one was that pick that Scuba got into Bao into tunnel. This time you just saw it on the screen where Kiko just got the backstab on it to Zerona. So the protocols of the pulse plan that Ender was talking about here between the maps continues to linger. As a pretty much now at this point a moot point. We're just looking for 1 or 2 or 3 rounds that EG could string together to make it look clean in these team-based scenarios. We just unfortunately haven't seen it yet.
Smartly playing in and out of the fuel to keep it up, but also playing that orb mid up and down. So Kiko, I'm sorry, Scuba doing multiple things right now to make sure EG's not having a good time.
And they're fine. I mean, this position, you have all this locked down on the B side.
And it was so quick.
You're locking over on this side as well for the A side, so really the only avenue that EG has is to walk contact back into B where they can get up down or make a lot of noise on middle where they have 3 players with Ethan getting ready to pop flash potentially for the swing through the smoke. Nah, you don't need flashes. You'll just swing through alone.
The first thing Energy did was shoot at the door opening sound. Okie dokie. Just cooked him up there. Fragment kill onto his teammate, but it's not even going to matter for NRG. It's just part of the day. Good cleanup by Superman. Very low to get that kill. But yeah, the time's already ticked quite far down. Zerona making some noise. Quiets it down. Great by Pancakes to draw the attention, and a double swing is going to regain control of the site. but Pancakes takes it right back for the plant here. All right, to stop Kiko is the challenge. It seems impossible in the previous rounds, but EG need to find a way to do it and keep this off of map and series point for NRG. Superman's low. On if anything, he's first contact here. He's actually going to step out a little bit more to try and get a different angle to make sure Kiko has to look all the way around for this kill. Oh, what good timing. Nicely playing in the mind of their opponent. EG are setting this one up to work in their favor. Superman comes up with 2 8 HP kills to click this round for EG to 7.
I was trying not to talk because it was looking dangerous on that side, with Pancakes continuously jiggling from that default spot where he planted. You already had Superman into the A main. He had to be the first contact, and he kept jiggling there, and you get instantly owned by Kiko with the way he's been playing so far. Superman had no HP at the end if it had to be a 1 versus 1. So thankfully, though, they waited for the recon to come back up. They secured the position of where the rotate of Kiko was going to be on that 1v2, and then they played that to a decent trade to put their 7th on the board for EG. Off still for Digizine. It's gotten value so far on both defense and on the attack, attempting to punish potentially any forward positions from Energy, but you're seeing the forward positions from Energy. It's still not to be affected by the operator of Digizine, which is nice.
Yeah. See where they go from here as it's towards the left side. EG want B. They're going to get sourced out pretty hard here. Everybody tries to hide in window for a moment. They just see Zerona. And that's not enough to commit any movement for the map.
Brock got information. He's falling back. He has the Hunter's Fury to work with as well. So play soft side, support Scuba in that sense, or even stay back towards the arches so that the team could meet up and flood with the Hunter's Fury. So NRG just wants to give that up.
Up and over, flash and in. Hunter's Fury on both sides are paying. Pancake's going to use it right away as we're battling amongst the lightning. Now Mata for one. Scuba answers with another as EG trades it back quickly to try and regain control of the site. And they're actually just taking the fight straight up as Brock takes down Zerona. They keep moving in now, the 2v4. This is just going to be Kiko sourcing out here. Should be Pancakes having trouble to make it happen. And yeah, he's trying to look into the site for the rest of the members of NRG, but they're everywhere making it work together as a team. And that's going to be map and series point here for the defuses. Kiko gets it. Now Ethan jumps in there to grab it.
Nice that the win con for both EG and Energy was hoping to find the beam. Who's going to pull the Hunter's Fury first? And we tried to shoot it against each other. And after Brock realizing here that he's not getting hit, just tried to do some pop damage inside the pillar.
How'd you do that? I knew he was there, so I just shot him.
He knows too much.
Knows way too much.
But yeah, just a nice little hole by Energy towards the end, thanks to the Hunter's Fury from Brock. Currently at the top of the scoreboard at 15, 11, 11, triple digits now. Quite good in terms of what he brings to the table. I mean, all of the assists from the supporting cast that you just saw here from Ethan, Mata, and from Brock. Good on this map.
And they're ready to put the finishing touches on. Oh, he's so quick. Kiko already has his out before even engaging in the fight. And they're trying to squeeze through the door. They're going to try to walk through. Ethan says, no, what are you guys trying to do? And yeah, EG might have a little bit of the sight here, but they haven't taken anyone down, and a lot of these rounds are just coming from the post-plant retake of NRG, so they've got to thin the numbers first. And Kiko makes that even harder. It is looking grim for EG here as NRG are catapulting themselves into fantastic form heading into the playoffs. Spike is planted, and now the 3v4 as EG try to defend. Scuba got a peek. New one was there. Oh, just Pancakes denied vision, and that allows Scuba to peek out. They're trying to displace everybody, but Bao has the elevation. His frags at the end of the round have been critical. And again, he's down to low HP. Oh dear, he goes down. This is the frag. Pancake's gonna go down, and that's gonna be the defuse for Mata. NRG, quite clean on the series. Battle back Evil Geniuses on Breeze to make it a 2-0 and go undefeated in stage 2.
Big points there for Energy, and also comfort moving into the playoffs. Now skipping the play-ins, having an extra week of practice, being able to see after the draw show who potentially they could face off again. So that's going to mean a lot here for Energy side. For EG, though, it's trying to, I mean, the only thing you have right now to try to make it to champs is to make it to the top 2. So the gauntlet starts next week. You've had your reps in. You've tested a lot of different maps against some very tough opponents in your group stage. And then hopefully it's going to be enough for them to get ready here into the play-ins.
NRG looking fantastic. Kiko getting his America's ace today. And you would be like, wait, that's his first. The guy's always playing out of his mind. I mean, you have to look back to what? Team Liquid versus PRX in Toronto for his Raze ace on Split. For another one, right? It's just like, how is that the one? But yeah, he gets it. You heard the team cheering about it. Everything is looking up for NRG as per usual, and the champs got to be feeling good.
Yeah, especially continuing such a good form here from winning champs last year. There's a lot of teams when it comes down to winning champs that if the team dismantles or if they find their form going to the next, even teams that make it to grand finals kind of just somehow can't adapt to the meta. But Energy, when they're trying different things, trying to get their own double duelist meta going, they're like, maybe we just play our own different, our own identity. What worked here in 2025, and now they're doing it again. So the double initiator plays, Mata at the point, Mata also switching out from time to time into the harbor role so that Kiko could take the attack side. So despite the identity of playing the solo duelist, different players can play different roles and they can still make it work. I think that's the beauty and the strength of Energy for now, because role changes are not an issue for this team.
And you got Bankar with a great map selection each time. Really the infrastructure that's always been behind these players excels, that makes them great, or even greater, I should say here. Another good round for NRG. They have time to prep and practice now, but let's hear about that game as we send it to Dryad down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Kiko.
Thank you guys. Energy go undefeated this stage 2, and I'm here with Kiko to start off today to talk about what this stage means to you, and talk to me a little bit about what it means to go undefeated with a team where you were the last one to join, and you always, as you talked about, of having that pressure of trying to get those wins with them as well.
I mean, it's really nice, to be honest. I think 5-0 is a good bounce back from London after, we got groups. So yeah, we bounced back pretty good. We figured out some roles, and yeah, we're playing good.
And it feels like you are honestly really humble about how incredible you are, and you have been. Today you were insane with the Omen. You got the first ace in Americas with that Jet. You were popping off. The team was hyping you up. So tell me about the growth as well that you've had as a player, and also what is letting you, do all of those things now?
I mean, yeah, definitely a lot of growth this year. Just playing a lot of roles and being in a different team environment. Yeah, I mean, just a lot of experience about like being in Americas and just changing region and everything like that.
What is going to be the focus now looking forward to playoffs? You're going to have some time to maybe watch some teams, focus on yourself. What is that next thing that you individually and also the team want to focus on to be ready for playoffs?
I mean, still rounding out our map pool. I think I've said it a lot. I think we're going to fix a little bit of the problems we have, and yeah, just getting better. We have some time off finally after like a long season, so not time off, but like a little bit of a break between playing games.
Are you guys planning on watching a little bit of countering to what's going to come? Yeah.
I mean, yeah, definitely. We're going to watch the games, and yeah, we're going to see, like, I think the tier 2 teams and playing in the play-ins, so it'll be interesting.
All right, thank you so much. I have one last question for you, because you know these teams up close. Next matchup and the last one of the regular season is going to be Loud against 100 Thieves. Who do you have winning there?
I'm going to say Loud. They're kind of destroying us in scrims, not going to lie. So they have a really good chamber player, Luxo, so yeah, he's going to pop off, I think.
Well, Kiko, thank you so much for that insight. Congratulations once again on going undefeated this stage. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview, but don't go anywhere. We have that Loud 100 Thieves matchup up next.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Murder, come on now, bro. Come on. Make it interesting. Make it interesting. Come on.
It's hard. You're lurking around the map. I can't find you.
Three, four.
Dude, this map is so scary. There's so many.
It is.
I have to like find you. GG.
Loud shows some pretty interesting stuff. They have great contact players. Like Luxio, for example, they're great at contacting, so their whole playstyle kind of revolves around just walking together and taking timings. So it's gonna be something we're gonna have to look forward to. It's just gonna be all playing our game, doing our thing, and not letting them like take over.
100 Thieves bring the fight up into the face-up Sentinel, swinging around the corner. There's Asuna, and he gets 4. Are you joking?
In all honesty, I expect every match to be close, especially against opponents like Loud. Like, they can fight you.
Será que ele consegue vir trazer esse ace? O Jack tá sem vida nenhuma. Ele veio pro 4K. Vambora, TK!
These guys have like insane fighters, so you have to be ready to take fights against them.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. We're finally here. The final match of the regular season. It's Loud versus 100 Thieves. I am Zoe here, joined by Ender and Emily to break it all down. And guys, these two teams are now fighting for that #1 seed.
I'm so glad that the final game of the season is the one with a little bit of heat on it as well, right? Especially because Loud just came into this with that huge upset win. It's just to determine who is #1 in this group.
And they looked fantastic. I'm actually really glad we're getting to see Loud what they should have been in stage 1, coming in with these new rookies. Erde finally getting a little bit more confidence in his calls, whereas on the side of 100 Thieves, even though they had a little bit of a weird upset happen to them, I still feel confident and we're gonna get a great showing today.
I love that both of these squads were involved in a weird upset this week, right? We had, of course, Loud being the giver of an upset with their victory, but then 100 Thieves were on the other side of it, right? They suffered rather, an 0-2 loss against Cloud9. I don't think anyone had that on their bingo card.
No, and this was a really fun series too. I mean, we're going into overtimes on split. In both maps, it's decided by just 2 rounds. And I think for 100 Thieves, well, they got off to a very good start. Once they tried to actually play the attack side themselves, the early set plays C9 were going for, and the aggressive play out of Oxy in particular, was something they couldn't really defeat early on in rounds.
Yeah, and that was the same story for both maps. They start off strong on one half, and then it goes over to that second half, and C9 are just dominating. But I gotta say, 100 Thieves, I hate to break it down to the simplistics, but I really felt like it was an off day for them. A lot of the times when I saw them in those brawls going up against C9, they weren't able to get those trades that we're used to seeing them have. Even on those lurks, they weren't having as much success as we normally see them. It just overall, even even the macro of it all, when they were on those attacking halves, they didn't feel like they were always confident in their calls. It really just felt like 100 Thieves that were having a bad day.
And sometimes it do be like that, right?
Yeah.
You can't expect everyone to show up at the same time each and every single match day. But unfortunately, it's part of the job. It's part of the gig. That's kind of what they have to do. Loud, however, they did show up. They were part of the other upset we had this week. They got a 2-0 victory over G2, and they finished them like with a devastating 13-1 on Lotus. It was such a dominant showing.
And the way that I see it is that first map was insanely close. That second map of Lotus, having that be one of G2's previously best maps and them just absolutely destroying them on it was an insane sight to see. That's not something you see, especially when you're going up against G2. Normally they're able to keep composure, but Loud absolutely read them like a book. And I think that's one thing that I really love about them is Erde, like I said before, he's finding his confidence, but with this new and improved roster, not only do they have a great caller, they also have so much firepower out of the normals like Luke, Show, and Darker.
Exactly, and you know, you heard Timatino talking about how good Loud are when they play the contact style and when you allow Luke Show to step up with an operator on attack or defense. But I think what really changed in that 13-1 victory for me was Tikazine going so aggressive. Like when he was entering a site, he wouldn't just stop there. Like on Lotus, when he's hitting the C site, he kills the player there and he's sprinting back into spawn, taking these very forward positions. It was those forward fights that I think worked so well for him. And in a similar style to how Oxy's Neon took apart 100 Thieves, I think Tikazine can absolutely try and replicate that today.
I'm just so excited to see what these teams have in store for us. We talked about Loud's compositions the last few days and how them changing those compositions really gave them their stage 2 run basically a boost. We did spoke to Romanilli about that a little earlier in week 2.
It's kind of singing for a line. The double duelist meta didn't fit too well for us, so me and Barry start talking a little bit, so how can we counter it a little bit. So yeah, we talked about Chamber, that looks plays really well. We talked about the Sage too, so to counter the double duelist, and it fits us really, really well. We just need to like move to the stage, and we're gonna be okay.
And I actually wanted to take a closer look at Loud's comp, specifically on Sunset, Haven, and Summit, because they run the Chamber Sage on 3 maps. Starting off with Sunset, a map that you're used to seeing at least a Sage on majority of the time. They're going for a straight up B exec. They already pushed the Auber back, and we see them funneling out towards site. Even though there's some weird delay utility by the Sage coming in, they're able to break that wall and get past it. Let's zoom in a little to see how they actually set this up though. They have the Sage wall getting put market, and G2 are not trying to contest this at all. We're in these forward positions. We got those first picks. Not only that, but on our Sage, we still have 2 slows that we can use to kind of break that one funnel point that they have on site. The next thing that I want to really highlight here is because there's no pressure with this with the Sage wall, Luke Show, who oftentimes is the one looking towards market with that operator, he's actually able to kind of just not worry about that, right? There's no pressure coming in. He's able to focus on that site, and their retake just gets put to a stun. Like they can't do anything outside of it. We're gonna have the slows coming in. We have different players contacting each time, and it just absolutely dismantles their retake, as you'll see here in a moment. It just looks so good out of Loud. Luke Show gets the pick. It all just kind of falls apart for them there. But when you look over at Haven, this is where it gets interesting because you normally don't see Sage Chamber or even really double Senti on this map. But this is the one thing that's hard about this comp is it can get a little bit hard to go for these more creative plays, I would say, especially when you're not having the right spacing. So let's take a look here. First of all, what they're trying to do here is they're going for a A-Link crunch here with our Neon pushing A-Link and our Omen TPing in spawn, and the whole plan is that they'll fight and take this space. The problem is, look at the spacing here between our Neon and our Sage. There's no follow-up, there's no pressure coming in, and as you'll see in a moment, is they get absolutely obliterated. Neon dies, the Omen gets picked off. We actually threw our Sage wall over here, but there's no pressure behind it. There's no utility, there's no follow-up, so C9 is able to just kind of dismantle that and disrupt it. They don't have to worry about it. And I think that's one thing that when you're looking at the Sage and Chamber comps, you have to be so exact with the timing of your execs, the timing of your utility. Otherwise, it can fall apart very fast. But that being said, they still won a good amount of rounds. That half ended 6-6. And when they did those straight up execs, it looked great. I look forward to kind of seeing what they do with these creative comps, and who knows if they'll run it on any more maps than the first 3 that they've already done. It looks great. I look forward to seeing what they bring out today especially. But for more on Loud, let's send it over to Dryad and check in with Darker.
Loud and 100 Thieves are fighting for the #1 spot of the Omega group, but both are in playoffs. So Darker, congratulations on making it to playoffs. This is a matchup that is going to be great for practice. So what are some of the things that you're focusing on ahead of playoffs?
Desde el comienzo de la semana sabíamos que teníamos que ganar las 2 partidas. No estábamos pensando en que iba a ganar contra Sentinel. Entonces, tipo, es el mismo foco toda la semana, intentar ganar, intentar ser mejor y solo eso.
At the beginning of the week, we knew that we had to win both matches. We were not taking into account that Crew was going to win it against Sentinel, so it's going to be the same focus that we've been putting before. Yes.
You're not alone in this. We all had a bit of a surprise there looking at the matches this week. Now, let's talk about some of the things that we've seen from Loud already. Loud with Luxo on that chamber has been a big win condition, and today this is going to be on Cryo to shut him down too.
Yeah, I think it's very important that 100 Thieves are calling to find out where Luxo is going to be with the op, particularly when he's playing on these maps with the chamber, on the comps with the Sage, because whether or not it's Luxo on the attack, where when they are able to get into a post plant, he posts up on one angle, and like you're saying, the Sage utility stops the flood on every other angle. You need to be able to take him out early if you want an easy way back into a site. And the same way on his defense too.
Yeah,
he's gonna take a forward line, you gotta shut him out.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the same story for Cryo. Even though we're not seeing on this chamber as much, he's still a force to be reckoned with his lurks, with his anchors. It's a dangerous sight to see, and one thing that I love is when you look at these two players, they kind of have similar paths, right? When you look at the past iterations of Loud, oftentimes it was Luxo having to step up and kind of get a bunch of those kills, a bunch of those first kills, and kind of carry his previous team, and the same can be said for Cryo. He was the standout player when he was in his chamber era, constantly going and dropping insane 30 bombs and getting insane first kills, and again, helping his team so much throughout it all.
And here are our maps. We will be seeing Summit. That makes me happy. Loud picking Summit, then 100 Thieves will be taking us to Haven, and if it comes to it, we will see Ascend at the very end of it. So you just broke down those chamber Sage comps from Loud. I expect to see them again on Summit from them.
I mean, I hope so. It looked good. It looked like it fit their playstyle when we last saw it. I love the aggressive angles they were taking, especially on that map of Summit. One thing that I'm excited though is to see 100 Thieves actually being forced to kind of play it. I actually talked to Vora in a previous interview about, do you guys feel like you're ready for it? You guys never ban it. You guys kind of just floated around, and he felt confident. He said their scrims are going great. He was just kind of waiting for the opportunity to show it, and now is his time.
Yeah, and getting to start on the defense side as well, I think is a cool thing to see. I think we're gonna have a Cypher coming. I think I saw that one for Cryo, and that to me is the de facto agent you need to look at on defense. Watch the best Cyphers on this map. They're staying alive for so long on sites, just using cages to box themselves in and give them coverage. I think it's very important 100 Thieves don't lose control of the site, because if you have to play for the retakes versus Sage and Chamber, it is miserable.
Oh, it is tough. You're gonna have great ability to kind of get past a lot of those slows and attack from multiple angles. If you allow Loud to funnel you into one choke, it's gonna be a mess. But I do like seeing the Timatina, Asuna, Phoenix. I know I actually got in a ranked game with Asuna, and he was so ready to just wall any kind of trip. But unfortunately, it is Chamber. They don't really have to worry about that too much.
He's got to go kill the Chamber.
Yeah, he's actually got to go. And you know what? He did that to me too. So I look forward to seeing it now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a big threat for the 100 Thieves squad, or for the squads going up against him, has been that double duelist Asuna Timotino duo. How does Loud shut them down?
On the attack side, anticipate fights. Play anti-flash, be ready for that. On defense, you gotta be locked in with your chamber. If Luxo's having a good game, I think it's very doable for Loud.
Yeah, you have to be ready to kind of dismantle when they get over to that second half on defense. Dismantle and disrupt the execs that they're gonna be throwing at you. You don't want to let them get it for free and be able to take further space past that. That when you start getting getting disrespected by them, that's when you know, like, you have to change things up. But hopefully, you know, they'll be able to get some of this delay going with that stage, and especially getting those op kills from Luke's show going.
Of course, both teams coming into this with a very different experience from their previous match, right? We have 100 Thieves who want to prove themselves after their upset loss, and Loud, they want to ride the momentums. Our squads are locked in, and we're closing out stage 2 with Uber and Wyatt on the mic.
Now, one upset should not erase an international championship, but for a fan base that has lived through too many false dawns, 100 Thieves lost to Cloud9 resurfaced questions they thought had finally been answered. Today, confirmation must come in the form of a win against a young, a fearless, and in-form Loud to top the Omega Group.
Fresh off of the most significant win that they have had in 2026. A win over G2 and an absolute blowout on G2's best map. Loud are at their best right now. Everyone in that game was hitting. All 5 players had those highlight reel moments.
Now, we've talked about the difference between being in play-ins and making it straight to playoffs. What about getting to playoffs and skipping the first round? That's what's on the line in this game.
And it's crucial for, wow, both teams that could make champions off the basis of the champions' points. They are neck and neck right now.
You go straight to upper semis if you get to skip that first round of playoffs. This top seed means everything in this group. So far after that early exchange, it was just Tikazine served up. Loud are being pretty compact here towards this A side, with most of the exploration being conducted by Luxo, who has been magnificent over the last few weeks.
And they do have a fallback option to Erde, who's over in B main. Asuna going to get some valuable information. 2 players in mid fountain.
They're trying to get the drop. Oh my goodness. Vora there. Down the tower pretty quickly. Asuna at least finds the trade, but yeah, that's enough for Loud to decide that B is where they want to end. Or making the way into the side. Timo here covering the cross though. Stopping power with the Sheriff hits hard. And somehow, it always seems to be Luxo with it all to do.
Still 5 bullets in the headhunter. A body shot would remove Bang from the round. A lot of noise from Cryo. Still has to be concerned about tower.
How does Luxo find a safe spot? Oh, there's not enough time for Bang to get a double swing going still. He gets the headshot around the corner. Down to the wire, but 100 Thieves start with their best foot forward.
Stunning from Bang with a pretty interesting look from 100 Thieves. Feels like they've just basically adopted their Breeze comp, ported it over to the Summit on their debut. Yeah. It's a map that up until this point they have second banned in every single series, which at least would indicate a middling perspective on it, where they think it lies in their pool.
Mild disinterest in playing it.
But Vora did say that, at least in scrims, they were feeling confident, so perhaps just something as well that they'd be happy to keep in their back pocket.
I mean, it's more so what they... The fact that they end up banning Sunset against this Loud team should tell you everything you need to know. What they did against G2 clearly made an impression.
Yeah, that is a map where you just want absolutely none of Loud. You don't want to deal with Luxo. You went 31 for 15 in that game against G2.
Maybe because you're not a chamber team on that map?
He is in unreal form at the moment.
Asuna gets a sound cue here. Tikazine able to slip on through. Here's the high tide, but the duelist Loud has already exposed himself a little too much. Bang. Oh, the timing still able to convert. Nice correction there on towards Luxo. Erde fighting in the side. Asuna cleans him out. 3 kills. And for the Phoenix, that's a pretty nice number.
Asuna already just on fire early. He is on a generational run, genuinely. The stats that Luxo is putting up this stage, in any other instance, would be far and away the best in the league, but Asuna is still beyond that. What he's done with the Phoenix has just been outrageous. He hasn't put up numbers like this since the 2021 Reykjavik qualifier. That is the closest he's been. A 5-year difference.
Yeah, our leaderboard in Americas is a 2-man race, and both of them are in this server right now. Asuna is a hard man to catch right now at his career peak. Can they convert it into international glory again? That's the question. Luxo comes off decidedly second best in that exchange. Still, yeah, presence here towards that A-Link and a very quick swing through. Bang falls. Vora trying to hold his own now as the fast lane comes up. Going to force him back onto the site a little bit more. It's uncomfortable, but he's got Timo by his side. The sees there's a problem. The decay an issue. He tries to swing with it, but Luke Show guns him down.
Oh, Timo in the back. Arsenal is right in there with the runner back. Can he bring the round back in 100 Thieves' hands? It looks like it. Oh my god!
And that's all with the runner back. That is insane! Come of the King, you had best not miss. Thank God he doesn't get old orbs during that.
It was looking so good for Loud, that moment of hesitation.
Well, he does not care.
The Seas comes through into sight to deal with Vora. But Asuna comes in so quickly, supporting Timotino. That's with the Bulldog, man. It's just
I'm just so glad that
disgusting.
Emily got us the sideline report from playing ranked with Asuna being like, yeah, he's just holding W right now. Nothing stops this guy. All right, Luke Show swings that mid with this tour. Oh, tour de force. He's found a gap.
But again, he is lit up early. Should be able to get that heal.
But what stall utility you're left with now is the defenders. Your Soul Harbor is down early.
Little flash haunt play thrown towards mid from 100 Thieves, who are content to stay a little bit back. You don't want to offer anything else up to Luke Show. The round has already become more dangerous than it should be.
All of this Cypher util on A. Cryo needs to get through that smoke to find a way to make use of it. Cyber Cage is being traversed here, and 100 Thieves are going to give up that A side entirely for now.
Loud, who have loved this double senti with the Sage look, work their way into A, trying to use that wall to deny anyone coming from Link, but 100 Thieves are fast to break it, and now also trying to apply serious pressure on this flank in a pinched retake.
Alright, it's glad the weapon to fight this, but a good little supporting paranoia comes in, and it tilts the fight in the Uncaller's favor. Asuna, feel like impossible for him to lose these. He again prevails. And now he's going to make his way onto that A side proper. Now in guard, and this gets messier. Blazewater, navigate. Darker trying to use some footwork to get away, but it's Dovey that takes Asuna down. And Cryo's got nothing to do and no time to do it. He's out of there.
Just never had an opportunity to seriously get into the mix on that site. Luke Show had been denied in the server up until this round, but the first blood gives Loud a crucial headway into that round.
Obviously a huge first pick, right, to get rid of the Harbor. Luke Show continuing to rear his head in many of these games, but a little bit too slow for 100 Thieves here on this retake. Like, losing to Sheriffs is, I mean, after how good the last few rounds have been, not what they want to see.
And that is, in addition to the round, stimulated the economy to the point where Luke Show can now attack AWP. Again, you just have to call back to that game against G2. Who puts up 45 kills, and how many of them were with the AWP? I don't know, 30 it felt like, 35? He was just dominating them.
What has Marta done? Look at these Odin-toting Neon players. It might not be just for fun anymore. Odo being very cagey about how he clears, getting further up mid. Cryo is going to be on the line. That pressure that's about to be felt here. Double swing around the corner. Cryo pre-fires it. Has a read on it, but Odo gets the better of him, and a res is going to keep this Loud tempo going.
That was a sick little delayed trade. Jiggle peek from Airday is fantastic. He is getting into that form in stage 2. We saw it against G2.
And as taken, they slow down. They respect this high tide, but why? They're going to hit this side. They're going to pinch it pretty hard. Caught in the corner, Tikazine, bang, though, just running around on that side. Luke Show with that near side. It's bang for 4!
Down B.
And Darker sees the spike guard in front of him and realizes that 100 Thieves are at full strength and looking to surround him.
Yeah. Hate to be Brazilian going up against Bang in the server. Ridiculous. One of the best anchors in the game locks down the site off of what looked like a really good Loud execute. You had Luke Show working his way through main. The second he's spotted, he's trying to dance around the box. It gives an opportunity for the rest of the team to get quickly in through the link, but
he's constantly in motion.
Yeah, just look at the way he's maneuvering around the site's architecture. That's so well played. I mean, he's not even able to ISO those fights. Erde just can't hit the shot.
I think as well, the fact you've got Timo just spraying with the Odin, constantly keeping heads turned his direction helps to some degree, but that is a stunning ace from Bang. Right. It's been an interesting few weeks for Loud. I'm not sure if they're really coming into today's game expecting to be put into this position, especially on their map pick. This is a big conversation we need to have, I think, Wyatt, with only 2 Champions points separating Loud and 100 Thieves.
These are going to be critical. Absolutely could decide who's going to get that 4th spot when it comes down to things, because, you know, you're looking at the top 3. Hey, there's a pretty good chance that we're going to see like a Lev NRG in the finals. I think a lot of people would predict that now. 100 Thieves, maybe that 3rd team that could potentially get there, right, and just earn their spot outright by being in the finals. But it's going to be crucial for both 100 Thieves and Loud to at least make the 3rd, 4th spots, get either 5 or 4 Champions points, and that could put either of them over the edge to qualify for Champions. Those are the kind of situations that 100 Thieves fans are terrified of, the PTSD of so many 100 Thieves so close but so far runs.
So 100 Thieves need to do everything they can to not be victims of variance. And winning here is a big part of it.
Just extending that lead, getting to the 9 points here could be crucial. Not again. Not again on the Sheriff. He goes.
There's some potential off that Darker pick. He checks Art, I think, in... Okay, that is the trip now being cleared by Erde, or at least activated. But there's a lot of map to work with still for Loud. No chance for a weapon upgrade for Darker after that B main exchange. And now it's a matter of trying to gain this information without putting your body on the line. You do have your Fade still in the game. Darker has confirmed Vora's position there on that side. He's going to be forced back by the Paranoia and a smoke there to try and cover tower. Into the side we go, but Bang's got that off angle here. Following up from an insane ace. Oda gets a drop on him though. That's a weapon upgrade and now a chance in a 1v2, but caught inside the C's. He still wants to work out of this cove. Vora's going to slowly swing that corner on his left, and Oda's going to have to be ready for it. 4 rounds separate these two now.
100 Thieves managed to stabilize in what was looking like another scary anti-eco round. A sick opener from Darker, who in that G2 game, someone that discussed as being a very streaky player. Hasn't been super consistent this year. We've seen insane ceilings, but within even the same matches, we'll see him be the top rated on the first map, lowest rated on the second map. If he finds that consistent level, if he raises the floor, he could be such a dangerous piece of this Loud team. When he is hitting, when you have Lucho hitting, they are at their best.
We're here to see the fruits of that timeout, and the double stack of players there inside main. Timotina with the op, but Arsenal's already found Tikazine. That's in mid. Now there's a chance for 100 Thieves to collapse into that part of the map and really take control. Flash around the corner. He knows Luke Show's there. Dominant stuff to start the round.
Loud want to take this opportunity to go through mid silently, almost catching out to Asuna, but he knows he can just get out of there at this point. Even send in that, you run it back, yeah.
Get in there and fight it out. The Reckoning coming through at a pretty opportune moment as well. And Asuna's up to 3 in the round. So much value gained and a flawless here for 100 Thieves. This map, they've been banning it second in many of their games. A general disinterest in playing it. They come out guns blazing on Summit, and Asuna is up to 14 kills.
Asuna is just leading the team in these mid-round situations where he's picking a timing to re-aggress. And then you can see the immediate support he's getting, like via that Reckoning, for instance. The last run it back he had was mega impactful as well. That retake into A.
100 Thieves have now reached that generational wealth cap. Loud, their economy's teetering. A round that could be worth 2 here. Timotina has already sent Luke Show to the Shadow Realm.
Bang, it's time to just dodge away. Team almost with another Loud are trying to activate.
There's levels to this, isn't there? It is wild to see just what the difference is between 100 Thieves and Loud so far. After Loud went and upset G2 and flatten them on their map choice, it's just not even close here. Dark is going to slink away, but the Spike is virtually in a different postcode, and he is all alone against 5 all-star guns trained in his direction.
Feels like 100 Thieves are just taking their anger out on Loud after getting upset by C9 the other day.
And realizing that this is the game where the stakes are.
Weapon here.
Because again, that loss to C9, if 100 Thieves win that game, we're not having this conversation now about how important this particular match is. 100 Thieves made this game much more dangerous because they stumbled against Cloud9. Now they've actually got to work to get that first round bye in playoffs.
And if you want to look at it kind of glass half full, look at what it required from C9 to be able to get that win. Oxy at his absolute peak of peaks in that Breeze map to be able to win it, even narrowly.
Now we're tracking a couple of individuals here on the Loud side today. Tikazine with a great showing against G2 has been virtually absent so far. There's one round where he gets an Odin in hand as well, so he's had his opportunities, but 1-9 is not the scoreline you need to see from your duelist, who's been the statistical best Neon in this stage.
Yeah, which is crazy. Even despite Oxy putting up a performance like that, Tikazine is still leading
ahead
the
of
league in average damage per round.
It's only a difference of 6 damage per round, but that still matters. He needs to get into the game. Luke Show's been up to his old tricks, but honestly, the pace that we've seen from 100 Thieves on this defense side, these pops into mid, Arsena continuing to refight into space, has been a little bit challenging for Luke Show to juggle. He wants to slowly take that space and be holding a line, an unexpected off angle, get a free kill and fall back. He's just not given that space at all. Seems like it's a key part of the NBS game plan here for 100 Thieves.
Allowed out of this timeout. Could try to go for an overdrive play. It can be a pretty sick combo with the Nightfall, because if you get hit by it, you can't hear where the Neon is running around, and you're getting decayed, so you just get like insta headshots down straight away. So maybe if a scrappy, chaotic situation begins, Loud could risk it with a big ult combo to try and win a crucial eco round. I mean, the only round they won so far was an eco round. It's a tour de force and Sheriffs.
Into the B side we go already. It looks like 100 Thieves respecting this potential for them to build around an overdrive. So Nightfalls are going to be exchanged. Darker can't hear a damn thing, but he's still going to make the swing. And here you go. Those things, they're going to work. But bang! The stabilizing aspect. Might get caught with util on his hand here. Tries to sidestep, but Darker's found him. It may not matter. Arsena's back yet again. Blaze wall thrown up. That's the plant going down, though, and Arsena's still trying to flash his way around the wall. Buy some time for Timo here to get behind them.
He's silent on this flank. He can take the first shot, activate the overdrive, create a huge distraction for Austin to work with, who could still flash out of its choke point.
Loud of position for this, though. They aren't exposed to A main. Timo's going to find a way in the old-fashioned way, and there's Darker, but it's third of the round. Timo's made it a 1v1. Davi with a stinger. Timo with the overdrive, and there it is. The revolving door of game changes here from 100 Thieves. This time, Timo stamps his authority on the round.
Feels like that needed to be the turning point for Loud in this half. They had it within their hands. I'm also wondering what was going on there. I don't think Tikazine used his ult. He ran in, got a kill with the Classic somehow, which was kind of crazy. Yeah, he never even popped his ult on that.
One enemy remaining.
Maybe the overdrive was never part of the game plan. I'm not sure. Just use the stingers. Go for a G2 round. Well, it went about as well as they did yesterday.
Loud all gathered up outside of B again. We have seen Cryo consistently just shifting this Cypher setup back and forth. This time it's over on A.
Let's listen into Loud. A much needed second round on the line.
Ok, seu. Vamos com a direita, Davi. Céu. Me resta, Davi. Hoje. Tem céu ainda.
Não consigo quebrar. Vou parede, vou
Faz
parede.
aqui, vou subir, faz
Tá. Parede aí, guys. Sube.
Tô apontando, não consigo ver nada.
Tá.
E agora,
Você deu
round?
round.
Tá. Não, só fica aqui, minha. Ele manda picar, ele tem que pegar info. Tô cravado na esquerda, gente. Eu tô criando direita depois do smoke, ok? Tô cravado backside. Acho que ele bloqueou a esquerda. Tem backside? Ele tava queda, ele tava saindo da queda.
Tá. Mano, Darker, você...
Bota PQ, guys.
Mano, eu vou stunar queda. Stunei queda. B pra você, Dark.
Pura pra esquerda, cara. Pura esquerda.
Fenômeno, queda.
Vai ter o Harbor close. Queda.
CT Cypher. CT queda.
Faltava fazer shield 4 não. Eu tô mirando o flash. Vou dar um tiro da TP.
Mano, faz gol, mano.
Queda e backside, acho. Ele tem bang, eu acho. Sem spot?
Não. Tá à direita aqui.
Troféu. Eu tô troféu de Alp e backside.
Valeu.
Não se preocupe, guys.
Asuna is just unbelievable right now. What can you say? He's able to get 3 kills there. The flashes were all blinding multiple players trying to get in. It felt like Loud, they dug deep in the bag of tricks, come out with a cheese round, anything you need to do to try to get a second one on the board with the triple wall boost. It finds the opening, but they can never get Asuna out of drop. He's doing so much for them there. He's finding the kills, he's getting the flashes, he's a consistent distraction as well, while the rest of the team are just fighting from backside.
Tour de force here for Luxo. He's got to augment this weaker Arsenal. Timo's down. He actually goes for a walk up there out of A short.
Here.
And so Loud are going to capitalize. They're going to press onto this part of the map instantly. This puts Cryo at center stage behind this Cypher setup.
We have seen Loud finding openings, but they haven't been able to capitalize.
Okay. A chance to breathe here. Arsenal's on his way over, but these kill trips starting to do some work. But earlier with the Guardians found Cryo. He is hit with the paranoia. They're ready for Arsenal this time.
Takes 3 crosshairs, but they deal with him on the cave push. Finally, the second round on the board for Loud. Hard fought, but they get there. As long as they can deal with Vora doubling up, and he has no room to breathe, no space to work with. Loud finally get a second.
The Sage is creating some interesting moments on this map for sure, behind some of these walls, for better and for worse. That's the opener there, well played around that one way.
Yeah, so far we haven't seen the walls, been able to get a ton of value on the executes. 100 Thieves have been pretty good at breaking them immediately, but that's not a situation where that can be the case, and also gets boosted up by
They might have some value
kills,
defensively as well, Wyatt, just because you can,
for sure.
you can cheese the doors a little bit with them.
I mean, if you're Loud, you're hoping you're going to have a great defensive half, obviously not just because they need the rounds, but they're playing a double Senti comp, right?
This time Timo does not fully commit into mid.
Look at this setup. Off Timo's contact, Reckoning flash through from Asuna.
This is an immense amount of map control, Wyatt. It's going to be hard for Loud to wrest this back realistically. Loud are all forced out onto the periphery.
What a cool trap play, just to bring out on the last round of regulation.
Camera taken out.
Some of that Cypher util is being cleared, but the fact that it is the fade noticed might change things a little. Cryo suspecting that it might be ending A. Vora's in a pretty exposed spot out here on this B side now and can't get the better of Darker, who round after round Wyatt has been stacking up the kills.
Throwing down those smokes on the B side as well. Teammates coming through Link. Might be there in time to greet them on that side of the map, but
30 seconds left.
Not the case.
Luxo's got that map control now. Sideline's being walked into by 100 Thieves. Here's another theft from Cryo. Can he convert this though into a meaningful advantage? Now Darker just steps up. All of a sudden brimming with confidence.
A risk though to send it on that 1v1. If that goes Bang's way, Loud are in some serious danger. A little bit of a lack of discipline, but a lot of confidence. And it's going to allow Loud to put 3 on the board at the very end of this half. A credit to Darker, though. He does win that critical 1v1 against 4 on the B site. That opens things up. He has been there with the impact kills. Will 3 be enough? If Loud can get that pistol round and get...
Abuse the double senti.
Yeah, abuse the double senti, get everything activated with the utility, get an op in the hands of Luxo. Like, you could see a world where the comeback is possible, right? But it's going to have to begin with a pistol round win on this second half, or 100 Thieves are going to be stealing this map pick away with ease.
Stick around, folks. 6 rounds separate these two, but the pistol round means everything as we come back after the break on Summit.
I fall, I get up. All the way that made me bend. Turns these shaking hands to strength again.
One of my favorite things about this 100 Thieves is the vibes that we see on stage. So Cryo, what is it about this specific team that made you guys so close together?
I think we already had like natural chemistry between me, Asuna, and Bang, and then Timotino and Vora, obviously old teammates as well. And honestly, none of us have like really like egos or anything. We all just really want to win. So like common goal there, and yeah, we're just gonna do whatever it takes.
A lot of people's favorite team for a reason.
Asuna and Bang lead the charge for 100 Thieves as they win the pistol round and get out to a tidy 9-1 lead before finally Loud come alive and notch a couple important ones. This, though, does place heavy emphasis on the pistol round into the second half. Otherwise, this map, the map pick of Loud, will go to 100 Thieves.
These two teams really exemplified the two different approaches to the meta right now that we've seen in Americas, which is fully leaning into the double duelist. That is the identity that 100 Thieves found to best suit them, and look at Arsenal within that, right? 19-6 on the Phoenix. Loud have heavily opted into this double sentinel approach. Tons of Sage with the chamber, and it's going to need to bear a lot of fruit on this defensive side. We are going to need to see perfect play if Loud would want to make this a contest.
Pressure on Tigazine already. He takes a big hit, and all of 100 Thieves' Death Ball are about to make their way out onto this A garden. Dodging many of these relay bolts as well. Loud huddle up on this A side proper. They don't really have anywhere to go, though, and Cryo's able to avoid the paranoia. Here's a flash. Contact now into the side. Darby flattened early, but Darker again comes up clutch. 2 big kills. It's enough to slow things down, but now Loud with Luxo and Ode have to salvage.
Luxo has a ton of headhunter bullets. This needs to be his moment. Timotino already claiming the smoke. What? Oh, that is stunning.
He's a turret. A perfect flick to correct his crosshair placement.
Surely that's just the nail in the coffin, right? Surely there is no chance Loud can get back into this map.
Oh, what, bro?
God, that is sick.
That is some...
Let's go! Shit!
That is... That's just a stupid flick. Okay. Yeah, like you mentioned. This is going to give a sinking feeling to Loud now as they might be watching Summit descend to the rearview mirror. Similar approach here, this time over towards A main, and the arresting util has been navigated by the attackers so far. This is an early flank. Okay, Asuna stabilizes. Tigazine brought down to get the better weapons here and some decent crossfire setup to finding success for 100 Thieves. What's Ode looking for? Wait a minute. He's able to slip away. Cryo has to win this engagement.
Just with the ghost, though?
Are we going to check this? Yeah, come on.
One enemy remaining.
He's not your EWC MVP for nothing.
Luxo 1 versus 2. Headhunter, no armor. Cryo gets a little rifle recovery. It is well within the skill set that Luxo possesses to win a 1v2 like this.
45 and 22. 285 ACS against G2. 31 kills on Sunset, and not a bead of sweat drawn by 100 Thieves. Luxo's been a problem, but not for them.
Loud invested nothing into that round. They want to get the full buy here, but losing that pistol, they're not going to have enough money to get the operator for Luxo. And that has been one of the key pieces of their success. Again, just to reiterate, remember, this is the map that 100 Thieves, they have second banned it 4 times in a row. Maybe hoping that they wouldn't have to show what they've been working on. Vora said he was confident in it in scrims, even though you would think with all those bans, you'd assume the other was, but they look incredible right now.
It's worth showing it if it gets you a free ticket into the upper semis of the playoffs in Stage 2. That puts you 1 win away from Literal champs. 1 win. Because being in the grand final will auto-qualify you. We have so much Valorant to play over the next couple of weeks, and 100 Thieves All Out could skip almost all of it. Timo under pressure, falls back behind this relay bolt, but Dark still able to find Bang elsewhere, and the refight attempt for Timo falls flat.
Player standing.
You can't say the Darker hasn't been on point so far, at least with the shooting, and definitely playing with some confidence as well.
I do think he's going to have to put some work in to shed the moniker of being the most volatile, the streakiest piece of this Loud outfit, but the last couple of games, you know, against opponents that matter, again, in the games that matter the most, he's been phenomenal. But like you mentioned, in the space of a series, a map, he can come alive and then fall off entirely. 14 and 12, though, is a thumbs up from me.
Uphill battle going to continue for Loud. Looks like they want to try to fight for some B main control. Play close up in A main as well. They don't want to let 100 Thieves get either extremity with ease. And it is going to force 100 Thieves through mid. Loud have to expect that that's going to be a possibility. Here comes that slow warp to just keep them at bay.
Yeah, this double sentry look is already rearing its head.
Really have 100 Thieves funneled here. And if they work towards Link, Loud have already kind of pivoted there. They have the trip to play off of as well. If they want to go back to A main, they need to use Util to re-clear.
Luxo is so early on these darn flanks. He's just going to... There should be an opening here. Oh, God. Yeah, he has got it lined up, folks. Some trigger discipline goes a long way here, but that is stunning stuff from Luxo. Cryo as well. He's ready for him, man. He's got them all on puppet strings. And Bank is just going to get shut down in the end by Tikazine.
I think tactically that was a really good round from Loud, and then you're capped off by a cool little play from Luxo. Able to get the flank while 100 Thieves were pushing in the Link, and he plays off of this team fight distraction. Darker, Tikazine.
You can address this pretty easily if you're 100 Thieves by slightly adjusting your trip position on that B side of the map, but it won't be as informative if you place it closer to the B side. So it's worthwhile just playing under the assumption that you're going to be on a clock. It's been too slow so far from the Thieves.
I want to go for this combo with the Paranoia and the Relay Ball, but Tikazine has to duck away, even with the better rifle, and that's the right choice. Still in trouble, overwhelmed.
Davi, though, here looking dangerous. Should be able to mow them down. Okay, that's not what you want to see at all. Darker from that side is able to get some damage done on that. We're going to play into this still. Luxo will walk up on them and then with a neural theft in play. It's not going to be enough to give 100 Thieves the edge.
Darker out there to help, but ideas from Loud there, individually getting a little bit divided. Felt dangerous when Davi goes down. He tries to make the discipline play, but in that situation it would have been better to just keep shooting and trying to get the kills.
Instead of falling off that line, 100%. So Luxo is very quickly becoming the issue here for 100 Thieves. In this default, I want to see how they look to play around it. They might just end up hitting that site on the B side of the map.
They are running into the pack. You can already see what's waiting for 100 Thieves. Another Relay Bolt plus Paranoia combo.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of this Utility exchange off the break here. Prowler out from the defenders. Oh, they're going to try and take space, Loud, in B main. This could expose them a little bit now. If the timing's good for 100 Thieves, Loud are going to be caught with their pants down. They don't know Tikazine's close. Will they clear this? Arsenal's going to find out either way. That works. That's good information, even if it comes at the cost of that ultimate. But Tikazine's going to peer into it even further. He's found 3. And that's going to derail 100 Thieves. A non-starter here in round 18.
Surge of confidence in Loud. Darker out of his chair after that one. The trap play is just perfect. You can see exactly what was going to happen the whole time. The question just is, will 100 Thieves walk into this? And they do. The bolt with the Paranoia, the Nightfall coming through. That is beautiful.
That is pretty perfect from Tikazine as well. How he played into those Decayed opponents.
On top of all that, they'll be content to get a run it back out of the hands of Asuna as well. So equal on the ult exchange. And that is going to force MBS into the timeout.
Dark is up to 19 and 13. He's almost caught Asuna in kill total, who has been conspicuously absent during this second half.
A little added detail as well in that whole situation was those guys getting flanked. 100 Thieves know that Loud are pushing through the extremities. They are pushing down mid, and they are constantly going to instill that fear. Asuna was completely dominating the server. At one point, what was he, like 19 and 6? He has been getting shut down a bit on this attack side. Has not been able to carry over that same momentum from defense.
And this double sentinel composition is putting 100 Thieves in this really awkward spot of tension where they need to slow down because they're being forced to, but these Luxo flanks are punishing them from dialing the pace down. If they're trying to go A-Link or even B-Link from mid, there's arresting util, there's slow warps, there's trademarks to make it murky. Can they work the map and overcome this ridiculous amount of stall util that's being thrown at them round after round?
Loud have built up the economy to the point where Luxo is playing with that operator. Been waiting to see that on the field.
There.
Just how good has this NBS timeout been? A world champion coach trying to take this team to heights never before seen.
100 Thieves would love to catch some of that aggression in A main, but you can see out of the timeout how reserved Loud are being, contrasting to those last few rounds where it was all aggro from the beginning, multiple parts of the map.
This adjustment from Loud is also pretty nice. They are not pushing up for info on any of these extremities, Wyatt.
The danger when this execute comes in for 100 Thieves is, will Darker connect a paranoia that hits multiple players? Will it set up Tikazine for some easy kills to swing out of Link?
Erday's gotten a great spot in mid.
30 seconds left.
He's seen all of this. Here's the Nightfall. Dark's going to fall off the line, hitting the Paranoid. He's going to slow them up. Fast lane going to be made use of, but Tikazine just guns Timo down. That's supposed to be the tip of the spear, now being snapped into. Asuna finds a double. They're going to rely on him yet again, Wyatt. Back through hard. It's going to be slow going for Loud, but this flank is still in process for Erday.
Low HP, Vora caught. And now the remaining 100 Thieves players have to make an aggressive play. Asuna understands the win condition. Catches Davi in cave. Wants to double up with Bang. The two of them on site. Two of the core members of this 100 Thieves team. And an important 2 versus 2.
They got to wait for the game to come to them. It's literally 2 Sentinels starting to encroach on this position for 100 Thieves. Bang! He had the line. Still brought down. And Asuna is fell by the Headhunter.
Luxo is insane with those fast swaps. How many times have we seen him do that?
This game just got a whole lot more interesting. A big timeout for 100 Thieves and a gigantic pace reduction. Still exposes him to a Erday flank. And they end up getting done in by the 2 Sentinels. Erday and Luxo in a 2v2.
You're looking at Tikazine thinking about on attack how difficult it was for him executing into the sites. He was getting torn to pieces. But now on defense, look at the impact. Finding the second there is ridiculous.
Now we're off to uncharted territory. Loud are 3 rounds behind, but they've got an insane bank of credits.
This is one of the lanes that's just so good for Chamber. Given that you can TP all the way back to B, no way you're going to get caught. Feels like everyone is heating up individually. You're just watching the aim.
I was going to say, sure, on a macro level, it seems tough for Thieves, but also Loud are shooting. Where it felt like Bang and Asuna could do no wrong in the first half, here they have just failed to make a dent. And Loud are winning every duel.
Don't place.
100 Thieves have to cobble together something compelling in this last 50 seconds. Otherwise, they are out of cash. Tikazine is going to take contact here. There, of course, will be an early warning. Bang finding Davi is pretty big, and crucially Bang does not overextend into that spot. He feels he's done enough for now. Pressure on Tikazine. Molly as well, heading over in Darkest direction. 100 Thieves have managed to even up the round against the odds. They are low though. And Ode has a res. It may not matter, but he and Luke Show are healthy. Once again, the same showdown as round 19 is about to begin.
Don't cess.
Well, trying to get through Link. Oh, that timing could have been brutal, but Bang tucks away. Low HP.
There's Asuna, straight through the cove. It's on Bang, and he's done it! He might have saved 100 Thieves Bacon. Gets them to 12, map point, but that is a very expensive outing.
Finding that opener against Davi and then closing the round as well. We were just talking about them, the cooldown from Bang and Asuna in this second half. But they get 100 Thieves to match point. Loud have to play for overtime.
100 Thieves have to put Loud away now, otherwise this could get out of hand.
Need a drop.
It's not a terrible buy either, Wyatt.
You want to
Run it back for Asuna.
play.
But that sound heralds a tour de force on the field.
Timo would love to catch a Luke Show walking up in this same situation with that op, but it's not going to be the case. He's posted up towards mid. And kind of the same trend from Loud post that timeout of being a little bit more reserved, save for Luke Show with this operator taking liberties.
So I'm looking for some weird mid to late round Erde lurk. We've seen them on a number of occasions into mid to get that info. Likely that was necessitated because Luke Show was elsewhere or not alive at the time. 100 Thieves are deciding now. They want to work that B main. They've cleared any traps. There's no Nightfall into Tikazine 3K to contend with.
Running into the Sage and the Odin. This is going to be a challenge for 100 Thieves. Asuna slowed up.
There's no way you're just going to face tank it. Okay, well, he'll be reset. Still tries able to find a big kill in mid. That's that late lurk from Luke Show. 36 seconds left, though. Still a lot of this stall util to fight through. And now Tikazine has joined the B side for Loud. Here's Timo sliding on out. Found Erde. That's going to be traded. That's good enough for now. And Vora clicks onto Davi. I think 100 Thieves have done enough here, Wyatt. Darker has been the volatile aspect that got Loud back into the game. He generated that momentum after halftime, after the pistol round was lost. But he'd had to go massive here. And 1v4 to save the map. He'll take his first. That's Bang out of the picture. But he's got to check every flank out route and contingency. He can break this up a bit. Has got a smoke, but he's made his way through and also got pinged out by the Horn. That is suboptimal. And he'll be spotted by Vora, cleaned up. In a different timeline, that map could have gone very differently, but it's 100 Thieves getting out to such a strong early lead on the defense side that gives them enough runway to land the plane.
And Loud make it challenging on defense. It feels like a mismatch for 100 Thieves there as well, but yeah, it is that buffer getting them across the finish line. It's an insane showing from Asuna. Again, hasn't slowed down in a single game in this series. But ridiculous. Yeah, having to play a double duelist solo Harbor Smoke against a double Senti, that's a nightmare. You have to do a lot of big site execs, and you're running into 2 Sentinels. But they play so well on defense that, yeah, it only requires that pistol round win and a couple clutch kind of heroic moments from the Bang Asuna duo to get them over that finish line.
100 Thieves summon has been revealed. They've been putting in the work. And up next, it's their map pick of Haven. They're hoping to secure that 2-0 and a direct entry into the upper semis of playoffs.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
this matchup between 100 Thieves and Loud is great, but I'm also very excited for what's going to come next, and that is going to be that play-in draw show. We already have those teams that we know are going to be in planes, but we don't know who they're going to be facing. We don't know who they're going to go against. So there's the fishbowl. There you can see the team names, or we're going to find out exactly who is going to be facing who. I know some people want some specific rivalries, something Sentinels, M80, whatever it is, but we're going to find out if that's going to happen or if it's going to be a different matchup. So you guys have to stick around to find out.
Trazer esse Ace, o Jack tá sem vida nenhuma, ele veio pro 4K, vambora, TK!
Thieves play both angles around Pillar. It's a lights out pistol for Timatino.
Timatino is just so dangerous.
First time we see this map of Summit for 100 Thieves, and they get to get away with the win. And VS, I want to ask you specifically about this Harbor. We know that Bang can play the Harbor. He plays it on Breeze, but he's also an Omen player and has always been. So how did you make that decision of having him on the Harbor for this map?
So we tried a lot of different controllers, and honestly we like both Omen and Harbor. Since Summit we didn't have that much preparation, so we kind of leaned towards the side where it would be more of a surprise pick. And also like we played Harbor not only in Breeze and Fracture as well to like a very good level. So yeah, it's like a combination of comfort, surprise pick, and yeah, I think Harbor is just an amazing agent.
I mean, he was popping off today, but I also want to ask you about that second map. We got Haven, and you're talking about surprises. Loud is playing a pretty interesting composition with that Sage. I mean, if there's a coach that knows about Sage, it has to be you with the way that you guys were playing it in kickoff. What do you think are some of the weaknesses that you can punish?
So I love Sage. That being said, it's very hard to make her work in Haven. The map has like way too many lanes, and it's quite open as well. So I had success back in the day in 2020, I think, playing, but we tried actually with 100 Thieves as well to try like Sage on Haven. We didn't really like it. So we have a pretty good preparation against what they do. I think there is a chance they might swap the compositions because they didn't really have good success in the previous map. So yeah, we're ready for whatever comes our way.
I'll be ready for it. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everyone. Asuna continues to, pat his Phoenix stats. That was kind of the story in that first half. Of course, Bang has his back there as well. Those two guys were pretty much just popping off in that first half.
No, and I think it helped them immensely for 100 Thieves. There were quite a few rounds where I thought Loud can win on the bonus or whatnot, but no, it starts off with Bang just having this absolutely absurd round, just gliding on these kids. From Loud, an easy ace for him, and this was the start of the snowball in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, we also saw the utility coming out of at the perfect time. He had great walls on defense to kind of disrupt all of Loud's execing plans. We also had great ults coming out from him to kind of set up these little trap plays that Loud just weren't ready for. And even Asuna, not only was he fragging out, but I really like the way he was so versatile with his wall across the map, using that as another piece of delay or another thing that Loud has to kind of throw utility to get past. It just looked great overall, and it was nice to see 100 Thieves individuals step it up. I don't think they needed to do these insane solo plays to actually win out the map. Their team chem was great, but it was nice to see after, not really seeing that the last time they played against Cloud9.
And the biggest difference between this match and that last match was that they completely shut down the opposing Neon on the Neon's attack side, right? I think that what 100 Thieves were doing was absolutely fantastic. The pop flash plays that Asuna kept going for on the Phoenix is just continuing to look stellar for him.
Absolutely. You can see here the MVP breakdown. Darker, it's been an absolute force to be reckoned with, especially in that second half. I feel like Asuna got a little more quiet initially, and it was darker, and it was Tikazin who really stepped it up. You talked about great trap plays from 100 Thieves in the first half. That's exactly what Loud gave us in that second one when they really started to ramp it up for a comeback.
Loud essentially had full map control, and it came because I think partially due to the fact that the Harbor is being played from 100 Thieves, so they're far more reliant on running just hard execs with the Harbor. If you have, you know, more flexible smokes or the Viper, you can do that. But look at this map, or this run. Loud step all the way through B main. Luxo realizes that's actually a jumpable trip. He's gonna go over this and then get the push down. And Loud did this in at least 3 different rounds, so they took so much space over that. You have the Sage Wall over in B-Link, you have the Chamber Trip on A-Link, so 100 Thieves have nowhere to go. Luxo sees all these players coming in, which sets up for a very easy refight with the group of Loud going down into Bend. This on its own was absolutely fantastic. They end up hunting down Bang, but they just kept taking those forward fights in later rounds.
And I think that's something that we saw them kind of start to do towards the end of that first half, is being able to get a lot of those forward positions and kind of close that out. And here's one of those trap plays that we were so hyped about, something that kind of excited us, seeing Loud get back into this game and actually look like they have an overall game plan, because on that first half, we didn't quite see that.
Yeah, and again, this one is just absolutely fantastic. Getting the Neon over into the corner, so off of the Prowler coming in, they can rip the Paranoia, go for this refight, and shut down. That's 6 players from 100 Thieves, by the way, with the Phoenix ult. TK is just able to mow down these players and take an easy kill. And honestly, if Loud don't lose both pistols, and if not for the ace by Bang, if not for a couple of huge rounds from Austin in the first half, this is absolutely a Loud 1 map.
It really was just a little bit of a slower start than Loud would have liked coming into this map, but I'm happy that we got to see 100 Thieves play it. They were definitely cooking when it came to it, and Tikazin, especially going from that first half to second, you saw him come to life, especially with those first kills. It felt like 100 Thieves were doing such a great job at shutting him down in that first half, but that second, he found his confidence back, he found his groove on what he wants, on the fights that he really wants to take, and absolutely dismantled 100 Thieves.
Yeah, what a great turnaround here for Loud. Unfortunately, not enough to bring it over the finish line. So let's hear what Coach Roman Ali has to say ahead of map 2.
Haven is up next, and Romanelli, last time that we saw you play this map, you were playing that same competition that we just saw on Summit. Are you going to change it or keep it the same?
Well, right now it's not going to be more a secret, but we made like a few changes. So I hope we can bring it back the series with the changes in this map.
All right, I'm looking forward to seeing the changes. Thank you so much.
Excited to see what they've been cooking up for our next map. Haven is where they're taking us on the side of 100 Thieves to close out the series. The stakes are high, obviously. We're fighting for the first seed in Group Omega.
Yeah, both these teams have already punched their tickets into playoffs. We don't know who's going to be the top dog of Omega. Of course, we know NRG on the other side is leading things. And I think for 100 Thieves, they came into the second stage with a lot of hype around them, coming off their win, and are expected to be the top favorites. Loud, though, Emily, is a complete surprise.
Yeah, they're the complete underdogs of this group, right? Just looking at the performance from stage 1 to now, they've made so many vast improvements. The fact that they're, you know, in contention for getting that first seed over 100 Thieves, a team that looks so dominant, whereas Loud, they've had a little bit more of a growth story, a little bit more of a, you know, happy to see them starting to finally find their footing, and, you know, it's just getting better from here on out.
Yeah, Loud came into this weekend without any security in terms of making it all the way to playoffs, but because of that huge win versus G2, they have a chance to, if they can come back, replicate that and ride their way all the way to the top.
That's right. I mean, at this point, they're playing with house money. Can they take it all the way and grab that first seat? We'll find out after a short break. Uber and Wyatt will be back with map 2.
Loud ended Friday as an exciting prospect. 48 hours later, they could leave this weekend having beaten G2, beaten the EWC champions, and taken the #1 seed in Group Omega. However, However, so far not off to a great start in this series. They choose Summit, feels like that's their silver bullet against this team. And unfortunately, they end up shooting blanks.
This 100 Thieves team feel like they're taking their anger out on Loud at the moment after what happened to them against C9, which ultimately we might be looking at that loss as just a blip in what has otherwise been the best 100 Thieves run since their foray in that 2024 Stage 1 qualifying for the Shanghai Global back then, funny enough. But that being said, this Loud team, they're mixing it up. They want to approach Haven with a different composition. Obviously, different rosters in this stat that I'm about to give, but they are 1-7 on Haven this year. To some extent, the core of this team have not been able to figure it out. Romanilli, he's been there the whole time. Darker's been there the whole time. Lucho's been there the whole time. They've not been able to figure it out. They go back to trying to play double duels, which I believe they tried at some point with the Phoenix, but this time it's Air Day on the Phoenix and not Darker on the Phoenix, so they want to lean more heavily into the double duelist meta that they have almost entirely been avoiding. In fact, I think this is their first double duelist map of this stage.
Quite a time to find it. Haven, I mean, we've seen a good example, NRG, have also felt like they have to play double duelist on this map too. The map seems to just call for it.
This map is just so good for Phoenix. You feel an insane level of comfort on him here. Have to expect that Arsenal will just be carrying over the insane performance from Summit because he has been dominant on quite literally every single map that 100 Thieves have had this entire Stage 2 run. Even against C9, he still went positive in that series.
I have got to go and compare his stats to the top stats from the other international leagues because I've got a feeling that Arsenal is doing things that nobody else is able to do right now. And that would, I guess that would amount to a 2-0 win for 100 Thieves, were that to be the case. And of course, that direct passage into the upper semis, which puts you 2 wins away from qualifying 2 champions. Just 2 wins. Standard trip setup here in Garage. Cleared out, and so some early warning now. Playing off the cam. No, Timo gets ahead of it. Okay, buddy. We are just walking into smoke. Fair enough. Nice body for Cryo. Oh, plays off the paranoia beautifully. The numbers are even, but the presence is limited for 100 Thieves. Wow. Bang still gets the spike loose with that right click through smoke.
How bold is that? He sends it in on his lonesome. The rest of 100 Thieves now join up. 3 versus 2.
We're just jumping. We're just running at corners and jumping around them. Okay. Trade. There's Luke Show waiting, though. Before it knows exactly where he is. He knows where the spike is. He knows where his bread is buttered. He knows that Mercury's in retrograde for Loud. As Luke Shaw is downed.
Just looking at the wrong angle, focused on something else on the mini-map, but he's caught by Vora. 100 Thieves almost let it slip away. There's perhaps a lack of discipline at some points in that round, if you want to look at it that way, or it's just the confidence that they're oozing from all 5 players.
Listen,
with Bang just running in there.
Alan Watts called it the element of irreducible rascality. I call it the need for feed.
So even in that 3 versus 2, they just run it down at them. But they
come
away with a pistol round win.
Yeah, the pistol rounds have been a big selling point for 100 Thieves fans so far this series. That is a hard-fought orb. Gets the proc of the healing, though, from the Blaze Wall, even if it forced him to commit pretty heavily to Cubby there.
Loud should be good for the plant.
Loud just want to extract some value off this, but the crossfire is going to be tough. Tickersin slides straight up into it, but yeah, Luke Show always finds himself on the left side of the kill feed. And young Erde. Not too shabby to get a kill there. We're happy with that. It's Phoenix. He wants them orbs.
Decent round for Loud.
Yeah, look, I think in terms of what you can extract value-wise without winning a round, Erde gets an ult orb. He gets that kill. Spike got planted. It's all reasonable. Loud do want to start to post a pretty impressive attack side total, though.
Keep that furnace burning, okay?
The other day against G2, we were talking about how Erde's stage 1 performance, his debut, was fantastic.
Yep.
The few games that he was able to play when he finally got his visa approved. Stage 2 was really struggling in the first few showings, but mechanically you could just see against G2 that he was really heating up. But picking up the Phoenix, the head-to-head against Asuna, Erde's going to need to be in elite form to match Asuna's output right now.
Yeah, it's just a huge ask for someone who's also calling for his team. Davi is doing the VALORANT equivalent of going fishing. And all of Loud have made their way up to B main. Trip destroyed. Cry's going to peer in and try and take the fight, but he's going to be overwhelmed more quickly than not. Asuna's back off the angle. He's going to get pressure though by Tikazine. Stun is there, but there's a crossfire. Tikazine disrespects it. He knows he's got the better weapon. Cute shock dart there for Vora, gets some damage, but ultimately B belongs to Loud. And there's Luxio emerges with 2 very snappy shots. And this is what you want to see about as late as you want to see Loud get going on Haven attack site. But I'm convinced.
Loud felt like they could just get into that B site easily again. Kind of same situation as last round, but they actually have guns here. So when they go for one of the fights in the link after getting that spike down, they have the tools to get the kills. Flawless. Economy getting boosted up. We are seeing the carryover of Loud heating up individually. That was not a question towards the end of Summit. We started seeing Tikazine hitting. Luxio was activated. Darker was good that whole map. So it feels like they were, to some extent, putting themselves in position to step up on Haven. I mean, even just by virtue of that.
I mean, it felt like 100 Thieves were able to put them out of the game before they started to surge back into it. It's a different map, though, and 100 Thieves have been very successful on Haven for so much of this stage. Loud are the ones with it all to prove.
They are back to the well on B.
Yep,
same idea.
Very quickly as well. Bang, the one overwhelmed this time. Boy's going to try and soften them up a little bit from the outer extremities with that Odin. And Asuna has to respect the Shocky. Gives a bit of ground. Now caught with Util in his hand. Cryo tries to cover him, but there's just too many players overloading that spot for Loud.
That's just an even more dense committal of bodies to one of those link fights. They don't even try to plant on B, really. They gather up with everyone to fight through, not just the double duels. They're getting some additional follow-up. And now if you're 100 Thieves trying to work back in, you know there's presence on B to some extent, surely, right? And
if you are not pre-aiming,
pre-aiming
Luxio right now, you are dying. He is far too quick with these adjustments.
Timo knows he's surrounded and picked off by Darker. The operator investment goes up in smoke. No chance for impact whatsoever. Wow, not looking too bad out the gate. I like this calling though from Erde. It's 3B execs in a row, but varied every single time. And now that they have had the guns, the only one that didn't work was the eco. But the second one, it's planting on B, getting the A-Link fight. This time, they don't even bother planting. It's just an even harder fight through the C-side link. Get all the kills.
To play around the op investment from 100 Thieves in that previous round, then yeah, bum rush B, smoke it out, and overwhelm the players anchoring the site. Bangs on a Marshall.
We've heard those loud comms. We know how Erde likes to call for the team from opening to mid-rounds. He is constantly guiding them. Backside, little Phoenix head-to-head, only with the Bandit.
Not a bad double up there.
Mild danger, but yeah, Loud should be able to stabilize from here.
Some weapons. So Bang and Vora sneak on in and upgrade their arsenals. We'll see if they can maybe use those weapons to put a cap on this economy that for Darker, Luxio, and Davi is getting a little bit out of hand.
Spike planted.
I'm excited to see Erde continuing to call on this attack half, though. That is one of the other cool kind of parallels between these two teams. Two IGLs new to the America scene this year. Both of them have showed more than promise. I mean, Vora has showed serious results with the EWC trophy.
Bang needs to be careful with this drop. He knows. He's very low when he touches down, and Luxio's covering the other one. Holding on to a paranoia there, just no opportunity to use it to try and play his teammate into the site. Loud have now found that lead, and in doing so, have looked pretty flawless.
Look at the state of the economy. 3 players at cap right now. 4 ults coming into this round. Loud could snowball this game.
Vamos! 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 Vamos!
I just like that they move over to a default that round and they catch multiple 100 Thieves players pushing up for info. That was, of course, a low buy round.
Oh, the counter spam is sick. You never really see that.
That might even have won out on that exchange. Vora is quite low.
Joke's over.
Okay, here comes Util over the top. Cryo now needs again to be able to anchor this site and find success. Can he do more than trading? He doesn't even get that. David just sprays him down to the cyber cage. A flash around the corner. Here is that flank timing from Bang. Instrumental moment.
I'm sorry, did Bang pop his ult to get all the way behind them in the midst of everything?
He did.
I think so. That is an insane heads-up play. It looked like it was going to go Loud's way. They isolate Cryo, and there's only one spot where he could be if he's still on site, so Davy gets the free spam. Run it back going through, but 100 Thieves are so quick to respond. And that is just such a cerebral play from Bang to be able to get them in the lead this round. Luke Show. Just going to save over this AWP, even though the economy is insane.
Yeah.
You want to keep that. You don't want to give it to Timatino.
It's a matter of principle, really. Rounds like that, though, for 100 Thieves, they can sprinkle enough of those in, get to 5. They're going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable about getting to go on the attack side. 2 Odins bought up, a bit of spam at the start of the round.
10 seconds left.
Glad here, I don't think you're too bothered. I think you lose the pistol. You're already fighting back pretty strong on this attack side, and also it's a proof of concept for their double duelist look, which has been good. TKC getting involved. Erde also has had some great moments. They are also, if the economy ever gets a little dry, they're going to be sitting on overdrive and run it back. We asked for an Odin compilation, yeah.
I was waiting for this moment, yeah. Bang with a TP behind.
Oh,
insane play. That's so smart.
Beautiful court timing. Obviously, that was Erde's run it back used in that round, so not at the disposal of Lad for a few rounds yet. Look at this push up in mid. This is brazen stuff from Bang! Behind Hunter's Fury, perhaps. It's Darker falling down, and not only have you removed the Omen, you've carved out a huge amount of territory in the map that has to be re-cleared, and with what? Because this damn Sova is dead. Spike dropped back towards lobby. Things are looking bad for Loud.
Loud invested their resources towards that A lobby. Both duelists there. No one really able to brawl and help towards mid when Bang is pushed up. And the fact that Vor is able to connect a kill on top of that onto Davi should just be enough to win this round out. How could Loud get back into this unless Luke Show catches a great timing with the AWP? You would say maybe someone on 100 Thieves peeking into an angle, a little over push, but look at the minimap. It's very disciplined right now.
Cryo doesn't have any cages or trips to fall back behind. He doesn't care. He'll take the fight anyway. Ode shows himself now, having crept all the way up, painstakingly, slowly up sewer. Is eventually neutralized now, but Luke Show doesn't really have the option to save that gun this time around. The previous round, acceptable losses for Loud. This one hurts.
We've seen both of these teams just mix in very cool round variations up until this point when you're thinking about Loud's approach to B and then into another crucial gun round with this Hunter's Fury. 100 Thieves go for this set piece down mid.
Down B.
And the Hunter's Fury looked like it was intended to go after Darker in case Bang was unsuccessful. They get a free kill on Davi. Sometimes you make your own luck in this game. Bang here with that higher position, sees Tickers incoming, but actually can't draw a bead on him. He's going to have to fall back, but this is dangerous. Stun onto Timo, but he's got the Odin. He's able to spray away, and Bang's found his. Well, the Odins are certainly finding their value this round, aren't they? Loud already have had the wheels fall off.
Flash setup. Off that camera, perfect. Trade from Davi, but to what avail? It is...
That is so decisive.
Cooked for Loud. Try to go back to a B hit again. It's a different little variation.
I appreciate it.
The darker TP behind. Classic Omen ult on attack, Haven activity. But that is read by Vora. He's prepared for it. Darker doesn't see him within the ult range. Easy kill with that Odin.
And Timotino says in this pre-game interview, these guys are killers. They are very mechanically gifted. They are going to try and fight us early in these rounds, so we are going to have to do the same.
Nice, boys. Yeah, this Odin shit is so childish, bro.
Childish? That's a funny way of putting it. Effective? Absolutely. And that's what these teams are driving for now. We have a room-nilly timeout for Loud. And a fun little sub-theme. You are looking at two teams coached by people that coach some of these players in challenges, right? NBS coached that TSM team. Timotino, Vora. They come as a package deal in this 100 Thieves roster. Here's a Cryo look show head-to-head, though. We knew we weren't going to see a chamber from Cryo necessarily.
Which is kind of the funny thing, right? I mean, they're both on Sentinel. You expect Cryo to be the chamber guy, but he has just been all about the Cypher in this era of 100 Thieves, and it's worked out so well.
A very disciplined squad.
Goes back to the two different approaches to the meta. I mean, even within what you were saying, Timotino, speaking of how brawly this Loud team could be, how talented the aimers are, ultimately, Loud are trying to run what 100 Thieves have perfected right here. 100 Thieves' identity of double duelists is what has catapulted them to the top of the Americas scene, and Loud are trying to recreate that. And it's a look that they have not leaned into at all this stage.
Wyatt, broadly, I think Loud are trying to emulate 100 Thieves in general as a team who come together at the start of this year with a new look and already find an international trophy. Loud are trying to accelerate this process even more. They have to do it at Champs, though, where the competition would be fiercest. He's one for Timo. Childish, it may be. It's getting results. Oda's going to push ahead of it, though, now. Maybe have a chance to salvage the weapon. He's quite deep, and Arsenal now will be called back to address this. The near side. Bang was full flash there, but oh my goodness, he's a little sharp with it, isn't he? Davi here, speculating, is still brought down by Bang. Hate to be Brazilian players against Bang.
So we've seen this before. Wait a second. Lucio saving the AWP. 1v4.
We've seen this at least 4 out of the 9 rounds of Haven we've had.
30 seconds.
Lucio doesn't have the time to get impact.
Since Timo has recovered that Odin from Davi on one of the earlier rounds, 100 Thieves have destroyed Loud. They are getting mulched.
And again, it is that first contact Odin moment that starts things off for 100 Thieves in this round. Ode tried to push deep, and then we had this weird
10 seconds left.
Mutual flash scenario. Yeah, you got it, Cowboy. We'll wait this round out. Hold on to the up, because this time around, the economy is a concern for Loud. This is their attack side. On Haven, Loud had not been able to take the time to work the map and spread 100 Thieves thinly across these 3 sites. Okay, I mean, he's also using that skin. Calling it childish. I mean, you know, you put something a bit more metal on there.
Yeah,
you know
fair enough. But with Summit just going up in smoke immediately, 100 Thieves taking that away, going to Haven, which the Loud core haven't found success on, versus 100 Thieves. They played this 12 times this year. They're so experienced on this map in matches. And since making the flip of Arsenal to Phoenix, Timo to Neon, they just leveled up on this map significantly. I mean, as with the rest of them, right? But going from a map they love to play with mixed results to one that is no longer mixed results that they're just so good on.
Timo gets out of this round with any value. Oh yeah, I would have been shocked. Down to 10. Tough fight to take before and Arsenal in this A site, and they are fighting. They're refusing to be forced out of it. Not sure what to make of that one. Arsenal attempt with a run it back. It's going to be Bang playing from hell.
Spike down A.
And demonically demolishes the Portuguese player.
That was a crazy situation with Darker teleporting into heaven as the runner back goes out. The health is just so low.
This guy, I'm sorry, he's not beating the allegations anytime soon! That is ridiculous from Bang. Another 3-piece. I'm sorry, 100 Thieves with double duelists on defense have gotten 7 rounds on Haven. That is a very, very scary scenario for Loud.
Even in a round where Lucho is finally able to put that op to an earlier use, on some of the faster exec rounds, the op hasn't really been a factor. They're not giving a lot of time to work it. And still, it's just within that team fight that 100 Thieves.
What?
Oh,
okay.
yeah, and there it is. NRG, Brock, you've done irreversible damage to Valorant.
This round is beyond saving at this point.
Oh my god.
The recon ping on Darker as he TPs up. And we get the Neon Slop to end the round.
There's a reason we've been hearing talks from other teams of we need to create our own meta. We don't have the personnel to run the double duelist. This is just what happens when you try to emulate a team that was truly built for this meta, built for the agents within it.
I think for Loud, it does expose some concerns about map pool. They've struggled on this map this year already with different looks on the roster, right? So we give them a pass. This is, I would say, mostly a clean slate. But they're struggling here. These early round fights favoring 100 Thieves, but maybe not this time around. Tigazine's able to get ahead. Still, there's a lot of 100 Thieves players in this site. Bang, still chilling from the high ground. Brooding. Listening out for the TP. Doesn't expose himself, and Darker is brought down. He's doing the thing again, guys. He's demolishing them! And Ode is on his own, has to make his way through main. Bang is 18-5 after 12 rounds.
Might be able to do one better than Arsenal, I believe, back on Summit. He was 19-6, 19-5, just slightly better. The two of them today are in unbelievable form.
And we're in a series where Cryo doesn't have to take the game over, like he did in Paris for them so many times.
Just after so many years to see this core of 100 Thieves level up their game together in this way, combined with the TSM core, with the experienced coaches, it has just become the perfect mix to finally unlock the true potential of this team.
Another 9-3 half would be definitive. There's Erde Vora. Takes us out of the half. And it's another grim landscape to behold for Loud fans. You were thinking, you're in a position where you could not only, you've already gotten yourself into playoffs, but you could skip the line, get into those upper semis. This 100 Thieves team have not skipped a beat, and they are not bothered.
The way they are playing today is really putting that Cloud9 loss in the rearview mirror for me already. It is just stunning what they are doing to this Loud team. 100 Thieves are on another level right now.
Loud are shell shocked. They need a moment to breathe. We thought they were accelerating coming into this map, but that might have been false. They got one more chance to put their best foot forward, and it's here on Haven in the second half of the 6-round deficit.
Whenever I use Zowie models, I would say I just feel my element.
Demon 1 is good.
Without Nyack, the biggest difference was the ghosting. It was a immediate change. If you see something and it's not actually there, you're gonna miss your shot. Black Equalizer and Vibrance, I can react quicker to it, I can shoot better at it.
This guy is just spectacular.
With Zowie, I can always trust him, that I can just focus on competing. My performance will always be at the top level.
Zowie.
All right, folks, back here into Haven. We're about to get the second half underway and lock in with the #1 VPN is ExpressVPN. These two young callers have been given famous jerseys and pretty enormous responsibility. Vora's got an international trophy already, and Ode comes into this game with a chance to take the #1 seed from him in this Omega group, but it might just be that it's a little bit premature for Loud, that it's not quite time for them to really get into the stratosphere.
Two organizations that are desperate to get back to another global. For both of them, it's been since 2024 that we've seen either Loud or 100 Thieves attending one of them. That 100 Thieves core has remained. They've built upon it. Loud, it's an entirely new outfit. They are so close, and this game just means so much. Getting that extra spot further in the playoff bracket, upper semifinals. It's such a massive advantage. 100 Thieves fast into this site. Timotino.
Route is insane from Timo! What is the Nurburgring? What? He's found 3! By accident, might I add. Released the teams that way. Oh,
that's illegal.
He's already smirking to himself. Someone check the Geneva Convention for that. Criminal from Timo. Looks like he'll be posting bail because he is going to have every kill in this round. Timo's been afforded the chance to find the ace, and he's done it! Is there no one else? Is there no one else that can stand up to this young gun? And the best part is, we barely mentioned his name today because his teammates have been doing the carrying.
That is unbelievable. Oh my God. Can you report for cheating in an official match? Is that menu still there?
Bro, he's straight up zimming out there. He's zimming, bro.
Oh my God.
It must be nice as a coach.
Pack it up, guys. Pack it up.
As MBS,
pack it up.
Being able to just throw your hands up and say, none of what I prepared for this pistol round mattered, and that's okay.
Luxo still wants to make a statement. But Loud have invested nothing into this round. We are just in the exact same scenario as Summit. 100 Thieves being up, 10-3. Loud swap to defense, need to make a comeback. But they're not running double Sentinel here against 100 Thieves debuting for the first time on Summit. There is a massive difference in the quality that we've seen from both these teams over 2026 here.
Loud have to play double duelist on a 3-site map and find equity against this comp for 100 Thieves. The deck is stacked against them. And on top is this Joker. Brought down over on the side though, that's a spike loose. Arsenal's gonna have to fight for this. Wait a minute, Ode sitting out. Okay! A thrifty, a massive thrifty here for Loud. Just as 100 Thieves looked like they were going to turn them into wood chips.
That buff bandit is crazy right now. We have seen players going off with that in stage 2. Just another moment of it.
This is a very reasonable start to the round.
And you would think there it should be done.
One enemy
It's close range, one taps.
Okay. Well, perhaps the celebration was slightly premature. Loud able to do this same thing on Summit. But, again, on the macro level, they're definitely up against it. What are they going to do? They're going to get some defense side pops with this comp. They can't play this comp the same way they did on Summit. Well, Bandit sets up an elimination. And a gun recovery? Yes.
He was trying to make his way into the site, but wouldn't have had a teleport to get away, so he thinks better of it and takes the safe option, which is waiting for his teammates, playing into this full retake, in which they have a lot of tools. So the flashes from Air Day that could be thrown out, synced up with a recon. There's
what an off angle.
A lot of options.
Oh my goodness!
Running into the close range Bandit is the least ideal of the situations they could be in.
Arsena shows himself, but it's the paranoia here from sight that could be massive. Arsena peeks into it, though, stunned up. Can't complete the kill. Luxo snuck into the site now with that Outlaw. Oh, dangerous game to play! And Vora shuts him down, but Tikazine brought a Phantom into the round and is able to steady the ship.
As narrow as it gets. 100 Thieves dealing a lot of damage, but still Loud, having won an eco themselves. Their economy is going to look pretty nice regardless. Feels like 100 Thieves might have just been inspired by what Air did to them. Yeah. Just bring a bunch of bandits in there and get a bunch of kills.
And a very reasonable start to the round for 100 Thieves as well to get those first 2 picks. Bangs up to 20 kills.
And this really is just a parallel to Summit, except Loud need to win this game to stay in the series. There are no more second chances.
This economy for 100 Thieves is still very nascent. On stage, I'm hearing them call these 3-2-1 swings as they look to get that mid control. Do they believe Luxo's there? Oh, they don't send enough bullets in his direction, but Ode is felled as he tries to push out of this B side. And that leaves Timatino in there like swimwear.
But 100 Thieves don't opt for the full commit. They want to double back, leave Timatino as this insert back going on B. See if you can't catch a rotator.
Drone going to be cleared by Darker. He, though, is revealed. This Timo spot is getting more and more premium as time goes on, but how does he play off this position? Darker. Will Darker be looking for him? Yes, that's sharp stuff from the Omen. Luxo, though, going to be down to the back of the side. Still found his kill, and this is some nice trading here from Loud. Bang has been ferocious this game. He has made short work of Loud on every opportunity, but this is Tikazine getting ahead through that smoke. Bang TP's away. Avoids the recon as well. But he's given away his position. Tikazine swinging on this. The interesting footwork. Dovey. Heads up for him to get off the spike after halving to fight.
Just down to one player again. Loud are barely getting away with these round wins. But the comeback is still alive.
Still 3 in a row, Wyatt.
Look at what it requires from Luxo, though. It's crazy to see him be this talented of an AWPer. In the past, like last year, when we watched him dominate, really would have associated with him with the Viper, with catching great lurk timings, winning a lot of isolated 1v1s, and it was all rifling. He dominated with that being the main aspect of his game, but now it's this chamber AWPing that is just unbelievable. What can't he do?
Timo with the run up onto the A side, but this is a bit of a sell. He is solo. Omen TP who's cancelled, but Bang's going to find Darky over on the C side. That cracks it open instantly. Okay.
Tikazine, great catch. Loud have a chance now on the 4-on-4 retake after losing this C site to a very cool set play. The Vora called into action on this round 17. Tikazine has the overdrive to get back in.
Now Luxo is someone who was a teammate of Sato's for quite some time. Yeah, wasn't an AWPer back then.
100 Thieves have fully given up the site. They have this, run it back. Arsenal getting right back in there.
Big kill, and that was in run it back as well, so it's a freebie for 100 Thieves. This could be the round that breaks the back of Loud. 100 Thieves are certainly hoping so. It's going to be tough to get this defuse out, and the open is on Davi, and Vora is already trained in on his position. A very important round to once again, much in the same way as Summit, get some wind in the sails of 100 Thieves as they try and close out the game before Loud really come alive.
It only takes a few for them to get this across the finish line, again after such a dominant defensive side.
And it's again Bang with a ridiculous TP.
Yeah, this was just such a cool set piece that 100 Thieves bring out, selling towards A with Timatino running up using that fast lane. And then back towards C, you have Bang teleport in, the whole team rotating to get there, and Darker is all completely unaware. Loud relegated to the eco buy. Luxo would have to do something of serious significance with the tour de force. Maybe Erde can get involved with the Guardian.
It's going to be a later push here for Cryo up sewer. Timo sees the molly though, doesn't want to test it. In fact, they sold something here, but Tikazine sticks around and fight, and he's burned 3 of them down. How has he gotten that amount of value? This was Loud on a bit of a half buy.
100 Thieves just afraid to commit there, hearing that ult go off. They want to just post up at long, but they are destroyed by that overdrive.
What the heck did we get here? What a ridiculous thrifty. Another one from Loud. That was in round 2. They also found a crucial thrifty with those bandits. This one, though, looked a lot more electrifying, if you'll excuse the pun. What is this? What is this re-swing for 3?
Insane. Oh, headshot damage as well. They are getting beamed.
I can't see Tikazine. It's moving too fast.
I mean, that angle was so tight as well. To get like all headshots is crazy. And look at how this has just flipped the game on its head.
Yep.
100 Thieves now on the eco. Loud should be bringing this to 8. Still within touching distance of the comeback. At least Bang gets his one.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, Vora found by Davi.
Loud do not want to play around on this anti-eco. They don't want to give 100 Thieves an inch here.
They themselves know just how easy it is to get a Thrifty here. Ode with the push-up. We saw this a lot on Summit on his defense side. Spotted out. He'll be able to buy some time and close this lane off, or so you'd think.
One enemy remaining.
And if these wanted to fight him, that is not advisable.
Nice round from Erde, who is surprisingly ahead in this Phoenix head-to-head. This might be the first map, this entire stage, where Asuna has not been putting on a dominant performance.
Game's funny like that, isn't it? Yeah, Asuna basically could do no wrong. Walking on water virtually on Summit. Here on Haven.
Which is such a great Phoenix map as well.
He has not been able to do anything. Legitimately. Very, very quiet.
And hey, to an extent on defense, didn't need to in plenty of rounds when Bang has given you 19 kills for 5 deaths, whatever it was, right?
Timeout time for 100 Thieves. Much to think about. This is looking eerily similar, though, to what we saw on Summit. And MBS there was able to come up with the answer. Now, one win, once you get into the upper semis, so win this game, clear that first round, one win can be worth 4 or 5 champions points for you. That sort of gap is going to close pretty drastically. And if you assume that Leviatán, NRG, for example, might be in that grand final, right? Then the invites to champs will fall down. They'll go to the next highest people on champions points, which is why they're so crucial still, even though there's such a big gap between NRG and 100 Thieves, for example.
Yeah, because for instance, a scenario that very well could happen is 100 Thieves close out this game. They win today. They're up to 9. And then if they come in 3rd place, they'll be at 14. They'll be uncatchable by the rest of the pack, who right now are just trailing them, but that's not going to be a possibility later.
Normally,
the
one win
importance
is
of this
worth
game,
1 champion point, but your placement in playoffs overall also is worth champions points.
Yeah, the importance of this game can't be understated. Close out the first portion of this second stage.
Go, go, go.
This half starts with a ridiculous pissed around moment from Timo. Spray transfer with the frenzy to find 3. But since then, the glory moments for 100 Thieves have been few and far between. It's an NBS timeout and now a renewed approach to this attack side.
Pacey through Garage. 100 Thieves trying to get into this C site. Testing Darker here again. He wants to maneuver into this fast lane. He's stunned up, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, there's Davi as well getting involved. Darker eventually falls, but it's at the cost of this Hunter's Fury. Davi low in the back corner. The 100 Thieves have come up with nothing. Except a single kill on Darker, who basically had already derailed them. That's tough.
That Loud support comes in so quickly to assist Darker, who's pinned in that corner, gets his kill off of a lot of the counter utility coming in, giving him a little bit of breathing room. Davi had a fantastic ult there. Just a very consistent, intelligent, supportive player on this team. Davi is wonderful on this round. Denies 100 Thieves the round win out of the timeout. Forces them onto another eco.
Takes these Loud guys a while to get going, but when they do, serious momentum. Inertia is a real thing. Tikazine probing. Trying to find an angle and a little bit more. Luxo may take first contact here at A main though. We'll see how the patience of Timotino serves him. Arsenal already took some damage here. They knew that Tikazine was in that corner. The Blaze Wall gives him a chance to get that weapon back now.
Loud can't allow this to unravel. And if Luxo has his say, that will not be the case, evening it up to the 4-on-4.
Neural theft, pretty good. 100 Thieves finding advantages
How
than
is Davi caught?
He recovered the Phantom, he's into the B side. Shut down eventually though. Ode with the run it back in play. 100 Thieves have now lost that weapon. It's too deep, it's too far from them. It's inside the B side.
Of all the players to go into, do you really want it to be Luxo? Absolutely not. Cryo with that trade though is still going to give 100 Thieves a chance. We haven't seen Cryo up
Finally,
too much
he's
at
got
this stage, but one of the best of all time in Americas.
This game, this round, is winnable for 100 Thieves. A pick here on the player in heaven could be massive, but it's a heads-up smoke that's going to force a relocation from Cryo. Makes it very awkward for him to play with his op. Vor is about to get flashed into next Tuesday. Here tries to turn it, but he's just ruined. Do they line up? Do they line up? That's one with the op. Now Cryo in a position to clutch. No, Dark is there. Dangerous waters for Loud. If they navigate through, and it's a one-round game here on Haven.
100 Thieves are that close to dealing a Thrifty back towards Loud. What a turn of momentum it would have been. But Luxio comes up with multiple important trades as the rest of his team were being caught in some awkward situations.
You can see how much that one meant to Loud. They've been almost perfect this half. Even after losing that pistol. Luxio again, just been putting in some honest rounds. 3K for him in the prior.
Deploying drone. Enemy tag.
100 Thieves has struggled with these buy rounds.
Look at this setup from Loud. 4 players towards A main. And it results in a punish onto Arsenal, catching him in that lobby. But Vora, with some spam, is able to get a trade onto Tikazine. Loud would hope that if they push 100 Thieves away, they'll go into Luxio's waiting arms, posted up with the op towards B. But within this setup, there are gaps being created in the Loud defense.
Cryo is looking to try and find them. Along with Bang, who's one orb away from ult, which may or may not be relevant. Timo's got to understand that there's a setup here on the corner, and he spoils for choice in targets. He gets neither of them, though. Oh, nice TP. That's going to break the crosshair placement, and off to C we go. TP there for Darker, trying to get ahead of it. He's going to stick it now, and that's going to be checked for. Cryo! He's finally got it up in his heads, bro, I'm telling you.
Darker goes for the bold play, trying to get ahead of them, but 100 Thieves hear that coming. This fight between Vora and Erde could determine the round, and Vora's just favored there by a significant margin.
And even though this is a little messy, 100 Thieves lost a couple players, they've actually, because of that loss bonus, got enough money to buy easily in the next round.
Davi has been talented in the clutch in these situations. We've seen it throughout his debut stage, but is the 1v3 possible?
I mean, that was a clean kill. No damage taken. Davi been the supportive mastermind here for Loud. A chance to really put his name in lights. It's a tough job. And Bang finally finds some success. It's getting a little bit uncomfortable for 100 Thieves, but a round win there is fine. And like I said, they can rebuy up, and I suspect it'll involve multiple Odins.
Oh, that just baits Luxio. Really unfortunate. He had been completely left on his lonesome on that side of the map. There were open lanes, definitely a level of anxiety that he needs to have there about potential flanks coming through, etc. It seemed like the setup would work though with Loud's A control. But 100 Thieves, they're on match point. They are so close to give it that coveted upper semi-final spot. Davi wants to shut them down with the early Hunter's Fury, and it's a sick catch onto Asuna. Loud staying in the game.
Luxio here with a push up mid. Our drone to clear A.
Take flight.
Timotino has the orb this time around. Oh, and he's found Erde. That's big. Phoenix down. There's a push up here into Garage by Darker. This is reminiscent of Summit, these slower attack side rounds for 100 Thieves. Some really smart protocols to clear unknown space. Erde might be down, but Luxio, Darker, very much alive, very much hungry, and very much hunting for opportunities to put Loud ahead.
Luxio is getting into the right position on C. Timotino contacting up. He absolutely put them in the 4-on-3. How does Timo get that?
It's a keyhole shot. That is absurd. This superstar for Loud is already out of the picture. Now Darker has to try and salvage, but Timo! He pulls the overdrive. Crestfallen Loud realize they've not done enough to bring this game back. And Davi again had to find a brutal clutch in the last round. This one is even harder. 400 Thieves players stand with him, between him and a reprieve, and it's not to be! 100 Thieves claim the top seed in this group. skip that first round of the playoffs and remind us that C9 loss is just a blip. These guys are still in Championship 4.
They have now brought themselves so close to making it to Champions, to making it to a global for the first time since 2024, to finally living up to the monstrous expectations that are always placed upon their shoulders. You mentioned it, but that loss to Cloud9, that is in the rear view window. They looked fantastic today. Asa's performance on Summit was incredible. Bang, the MVP of this series. Both maps just phenomenal play. The defense on Haven was a masterclass in anchoring.
For months, 100 Thieves were trying to escape the weight of expectation, the weight of what they were unable to achieve. They succeeded so spectacularly that now expectation is exactly what awaits them. The whole of America, so maybe the world, expects this team to be a feature, a fixture in the playoffs of Americas and maybe even champions.
Just a couple victories away when we get to playoffs, and 100 Thieves could be there. And honestly, when you watch them play, when you see the individual level that they're at, how they've evolved together, they deserve it. Asuna is on a generational run. 6 years in, and he's playing the best Valorant of his career.
And we know what it's like to be a 100 Thieves fan. We know it comes with a lot of anxiety. That anxiety, though, if you believe, is going to make wins like this and maybe those in the future that much sweeter. Loud is such a promising roster. They've got a lot of talent. They have really exceeded expectations and how quickly you can turn a roster around with these young players. Erne's calling is fantastic. Dark is finding consistency, but they're not quite there yet.
They have a lot of talent, but they don't have a lot of options as to how they can make it to Champions. They are going to have to go all the way to the grand final.
There's a lot of Champions points required, and yes, they have to basically auto-qualify from being in that game, which means that, yes, they don't have to play through play-ins. Those playoffs are going to be brutal. Let's head down and dry out at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Asuna.
100 Thieves get the win against Loud and end up with that win for the last match of the regular season. Asuna, congratulations after this matchup. And you have been throughout, but towards the end, now you end up as the highest rated player this whole stage. You have been insane. How have you found this consistency?
Honestly, I don't really know. I just keep doing the same thing I've been doing, and luckily it's all working out. Yeah, just being really confident and taking my own plays and believing in myself. And yeah, I had a pretty rough second map to close it out. So definitely a lot to learn and improve still. And yeah, luckily I have Sean on my team, one of the best omens, so he just pulled me through.
Everybody in the team has been incredible, but also looking at what's going to be ahead and the growth as well that you've had. I know that you were able to get that win in EWC, but the work is not done. You're trying to make it all the way to Brazil, to Champions, and to win those. In what form do you feel like the team is right now compared to where you want to be to make those things happen?
I think we're at like a good 60%. We still have a lot to improve and learn, and we're just still getting better, and we're still trying to figure out, you know, map pool and stuff, even though we won in EWC. And luckily we still have the hunger and drive, so we're still very passionate, putting in tons of hours, no one's slacking, and we want to make it to champs.
We're definitely seeing all the progress that you've done since the beginning, not even this year, but even before, but this team is just connecting more than anyone else. And my last question for you, or maybe the last message that I have is, what do you want to say to all those fans that have been with you from the beginning, and what can they expect from you in playoffs?
Thank you so much for all the support, and it really means the world to me because I know it's hard to support, you know, a team that fails at the final hurdle, but we're going to make sure that this time champions were there, and we're going to make it to another Shanghai.
Another Shanghai,
Yes,
that would be the next one. Well, Asuna, thank you so much. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview, but don't go anywhere. We have the Plains Draw Show coming up. Welcome to the Stage 2 Plains Draw Show. 4 Tier 2 teams are going to enter the competition, and we are going to see them in the bracket. Right now we have M80, Bestia, Fuxio and 2G waiting for this chance, waiting for that opportunity. Now it's time to find out. I know there's a lot of rivalries, but Nick, you're going to be here assisting me. Can you explain the rules to us?
Hey everybody, so the rules are quite simple for this one. In this fishbowl, we have the 4 challengers teams from Brazil, Latam, and North America. I will be simply drawing one of the teams in sequential order, and the first matchup will be against Crew. The second draw will be against Envy, and so on and so forth.
All right, guys, should we get started? Let's see. Okay, let's go with the first one. Again, this is just going to be in order. We're going to keep it simple. And there's a lot of rivalries, a lot of players that will be coming back to the stage. We'll find out if we're going to have those matchups. So the first one is Bestia. So this is actually pretty incredible. Bestia is going to be facing Crew. So Takulija and Melser are going to face some of their teammates and old players that they've had in the past. Let's go with the next one. I think that was a regional matchup that we can't wait to see. Now, next up is Envy, that Ascension team that we had at the beginning of this year. Who could they be facing? And it is going to be M80. M80, that NA org that got the #1 seed, and if you see what's next, I think everybody's wishes might come true with that Sentinels matchup, but we'll see. Let's move into the next one. We got Fluxo. If you guys are wondering who this team is, they were La Masia, this team that was not signed before, and in just the past couple of days they got signed, and they're going to be under that organization. So let's see Furia, who is going to be facing. There's only 2. Furia is playing against 2G. 2G, our team that made it from the last chance qualifier very recently, is going to be players like QCK, Shenum on that matchup, and against Furia. It should be an interesting one. So the last one, that means that Fluxo is going to be facing Cloud9. Let's double check just in case. And there it is, Fluxo against Cloud9. Those are your matches. Crew against Bestia, Envy against M80, Furia against 2G, and C9 against Fluxo. This is everything that we have for this play-in draw show. And that does it for the stage 2. We'll be back Thursday. Nick, thank you so much. For the first day on play-ins, thank you for watching. And here's the Samsung OLED Fast Replay.
Oh, baby, we are so freaking back. Stage 2 is here. We're setting the table up for Champions Shanghai and beyond.
Sato is going to test the pit, try and make some space. Oh, my goodness! And 2 players are not. Oh, 4 kills inside and running back. He's already on his feet. Jerwin. Ace claimed.
The ref needs help.
Okay.
Help him out, guys. We're gonna have to. Okay.
There's Digizine solo on A.
Perfect timing.
Oh, the lining up for Digizine!
In for main Davi, left to do it all. Davi weaving in and out, kind of playing perfectly.
It's telegraphed, and still it doesn't matter. You can see it coming, and he just don't care.
Bruno pulls it through and away, but even just peeling back. The door no closing. God almighty!
We're good on Summit. Yeah, apparently.
It has been a year to the day since we last saw a 13-0, a complete and utter dismemberment.
He does this. Very, very famously, he does that. I am so shocked that that table did not just break. There was property damage about.
But it's Leaf chiming in with that Phantom. Roxy as well, tapped up himself, and here comes Leaf, looking for another one. Now it's going to be on Jack to go 1v2.
Oh my God! Wow, instantly?
No hesitation.
Hot dog. It comes down to sheer chance. Erde catching a bullet. Half earned onto the diffuse already, but it's just down to Davi. Forwards again, John QT. It is absolutely immaculate from Sentinels.
He's at 8.3K.
And oh, what? Knights is already dinked down as well. That is right into the knife. Brutality here on Summit. You spend much time contemplating the toes?
Yeah. I'm an expert. And there it is. Barrels pointed out. Second. Goodness me.
You're insane, bro. Let's go.
Of course, that's gonna get you away. It's Cloud9. It's Cloud9.
Oh God, he broke the desk.
I've broken the desk.
Off the contact rifle will come out.
Baby's able to finalize 2, a third one there. Trying to deny with the, oh no! Pros don't think, Baby Bay holds it.
swinging around the corner. There's Asuna, and he gets 4! Are you joking? Are you kidding me, Asuna? 100 Thieves stay on top.
C9 trying to move together here, and Tigazine is still ready. Just so on the ball. They're gonna let him get it. It's gonna be the ace.
MIBR are split. Ospas is down. Tex keeps them in it. Still Verno a problem. Verno, you're joking! Needs to bait this swing, but it's Verno again. It's Verno again! Damn! What is that?
Describe me in one word.
Both.
But his teammates are coming through. Knight's gonna get chopped down. Basic 3, that's the ultimate. The Thunder is rolling. Basic for the edge. Basic has got it! Team 1 breaks the wall, and he's charging it for Basic. He finds him. Art has no other. Team in 1 delivers.
This could be a huge kill for Neon here.
And there it is.
Spikes Neon down. Finds one, a 3K there. The kill coming from King. Neon hits the drop shot from heaven. It's a great spot to choose. There's that first one. Gonna be pushed out. If he doesn't play the orb on the outside. Wait a minute! Still grabs it. Energy. Stay undefeated.
But Big Up in Heaven challenges. Oh my word, man.
Or is that A side calling? Oh my God!
Oh, good God! Give me a good mean mug. There you go. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, they don't know. They don't know. They don't know. Okay.
Jack hits one as they drop into sight. Another and a third. Beautiful stuff coming from the rookie, and a fourth. Cloud9 taking down 100 Thieves.
Now to get on the Halls area, and Luxo just takes the timing. The side here turns into a bit of a shooting gallery. Luxo is simply not sharing his toys or kills. Creeping up, it's Valen with the rifle. Turned away. Luxo lands the ace. Loud have carved themselves a seat at our America's table.
Traded 1 for 1 already as the null command continues to ring out. Dante starts to fight back. Oh, he goes for the fake.
God.
Crew take down Sen City.
Neon at risk of being overrun, but holds his own now, buying time. This stall is incredible, and our King's able to come in from the rafters. Somehow, Neon stays alive the whole round and finds 3 kills.
What am I doing? Yes, what are you doing here? We've completely stumped. You got anything for me?
They choose to try for A main next. Now, Energy's hand is forced as Kiko dashes in. And actually gets 2. Good, get his ace. The first one in America as he locks it down.
That's the ace. Tigazine, bang, though, just running around on that side. Luxo with that near side. It's bang for 4.
Hate to be Brazilian going up against Bang in the server. Ridiculous. Fast into this side, Timatino.
Route is insane from Timo. What? Timo's been afforded the chance to find the ace, and he's done it! 100 Thieves claim the top seed in this group. These guys are still in Championship 4.